Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning, everybody. We are live. Today is Tuesday, April 16th, 2024. I'd like to call the Planning Committee meeting to order. Please keep your electronic devices set to silent. That's for everyone on committee and in the gallery. And please note that quorum is present. We will start with approval of the agenda. Clerk Kelsey, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Kassar, we have some changes. Under Communications 5.2, correspondence respecting 764 Valin Road, item 11.5, correspondence from Bruce and Karen McKnight and Craig and Kim Albers. Recommendation be received and referred to the consideration of item 11.5. Added item 5.3, Anthony Salemi with the West End Home Builders Association respecting detached additional dwelling units, which is item 9.1. Recommendation be received and referred to the consideration of item 9.1. Also, I moved a delegation that was erroneously under 9.2, which is now going to be 6.2 for Wayne McPhail with the Strathcona Shadow Dwellers respecting 200 Market Street and 55 Queen Street North, which is item 9.2 for today's meeting. Under consent items, 9.1, the detached additional dwelling unit building permit process report. Slight revision, we just removed an extra page that had been included. Under 9.2, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lack of decision for lands located at 200 Market Street and 55 Queen Street North. Revised report, another minor change, we just had the wrong ward number. Under public hearings, 10.1, application for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for 140 Glen Echo Drive. We have added written submissions, item 1 through 17. We also have added registered delegation from Joao Borges and an added staff presentation. Discussion items, 11.5. Which is an appeal regarding Committee of Adjustment decision for 764 Valin Road. We have added staff presentation. And under private and confidential, added report 15.4, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 405 James Street North.
And take a deep breath. Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Beattie. Councillor Maureen Wilson. Any discussion? We'll go to the vote. That carries 8-0. Thank you. On to declarations of interest. Members of committee, are there any declarations today? Seeing none, we will move along to 4.1, approval of the minutes from April 5th, 2024. Could I have a mover and seconder to approve the minutes as presented? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Francis, any discussion? We'll go to the vote. That carries 8-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to communications. We have 3 communications. A mover and seconder, put them on the floor. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kretsch. Any speakers? Okay, I'll go to Dan Smith to comment on 5.1, please.
Thank you. Dan Smith, Acting Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. Just bring to councillors' attention that the item 5.1 was resolved by staff with the resident, and no further action is required through staff or by the resident on this matter.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarity. Seeing no further speakers, we have a mover and seconder. We'll go to the vote to receive. That carries unanimously. On to delegation requests. Item 6.1 is a delegation request respecting 764 Valins Road, item 11.5 for today's meeting. Teresa Slemko and Stephen Term. And 6.2 is Wayne McPhail, Strathcona Shadow Dwellers respecting 200 Market Street and 55 Queen Street North, item 9.2 for today's meeting. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve those requests? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Pauls, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Votes up. That carries 8-0. On to delegations. 7.1 is delegation request for 764 Valins Road, item 11.5. First, we have Teresa Slemko in person. Teresa, if you're here, if you'd like to come down, please. And William Slemko as well. Our delegates are just making their way down to the podium. Welcome. Just to let you know, once we get started, you'll have 5 minutes, and you'll hear a ding at the 4-minute mark. Okay, just as a reminder.
Thank you.
So whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning to the Planning Committee. My name is William Slemko. I live on 764 Valins Road. I have lived on the Slemko farm since 1945.
Come on. Be strong. During my childhood,
I helped my dad with his hobby farm. We had to feed and clean the barns and feed the chickens and ducks and geese and pigs. My dad was a good supplier of fresh eggs and chickens, geese and ducks to the people of Hamilton. At that time, we had a family production force tilling and planting oats and wheat as the years went by. Dad couldn't do the work on the land, so he started to rent the land to custom farming. In 1987, Teresa and I, my wife here, and 3 sons moved to the farm. Dad gave us his retirement lot. By living here, we could help my dad and mom.
come on, go.
Excuse me, with the maintenance of the farm, as well as the assets. Then with the health issues, our sons enjoyed the farm experience and built treasure memories with their grandparents. Years have passed and I am at the stage where my dad was. I can't do the physical work like I used to. It would be very helpful if Brian and Stephen could live here and take over the farm maintenance. I know that my dad and mom worked to keep this vision of the Slemko farm. I hope that the 3rd generation can carry on. Thank you.
My turn. Over, dear. Good morning, everyone. Bill and I moved to the Slemko family farm in 1987 with our 3 sons. Through their childhood, we have enjoyed the many elements of nature: snowmobiling, hiking, ATV riding on the trails. Bill has shared his knowledge and skills to our sons for the annual controlled deer hunt on our farm. Bill has also instilled to our sons the respect for that beautiful animal. There's great excitement when we see the deer and the wild turkeys stroll across our field. The soil in our farm is very fertile for growing oats and wheat. It is our responsibility to clear the falling trees along the fence line so the farmers can till the land in the spring. In the woods, there are many seedling trees that need to be thinned out so that the mature trees can grow and expand. 2 years ago, we had to cut down 9 dead ash trees. The trees were cut, split, and piled for firewood during the year. Bill has great respect for the wood. He doesn't want the trees just to rot into sawdust. Cutting, splitting, piling the wood takes physical strength. Our age is decreasing our physical strength and the endurance for doing such heavy work. We can't do it alone anymore. Our severance will allow Brian and Stephen to take on the maintenance and the responsibilities of our farm. The Slemko farm will move on to the 3rd generation. Bill and I wish to complete our life journey on our farm until God calls us. It will be so reassuring to know that Brian and Stephen will be able to help us with the unforeseen health issues as we age. We have confidence that Brian and Stephen will be there to assist and mentor us through our aging challenges, health issues, and even widowhood. Please let the third generation continue at 764 Valin Road. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak.
And thank you very much for being here. Just look, before you leave, just look to see if there are any speakers. If anyone would like to ask any questions. Just do a quick look around. Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to 7.2, delegation from Wayne McPhail, Strathcona Shadow Dwellers, respecting 200 Market Street and 55 Queen Street North. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped over that part. We're still on 7.1. Stephen Churm is in person. My apologies, everybody. Hello, Stephen.
Good morning.
We'll get your presentation up, and then you'll have 5 minutes. And a reminder, you hear a ding at the 4-minute mark, letting you know you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. Does it come up on the screen here by any chance? Or no? Okay, that's fine. Are we set? I should have brought my glasses, but I'm good. That's good enough. Thank you so much. So good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen, and I'm not a planner. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a son-in-law for Bill and Teresa. And today, I'm here to speak to you about 764 Valin Road and hopefully influence the committee in an informed decision and the impact that it will have on generations. 764 Valin Road is a multi-generational farm. It's been in the family. Bill's father purchased it. Bill grew up on the farm. And the pictures you see in front of you speak to the family engagement on that property. Why we're here today, I just want to highlight that the parcel that we're talking about was actually created in 1986. We're not talking about a new severance. We're talking about a property that was 165 by 165 that was established in 1986 by Bill's father. And the sole intent of that lot was to provide a retirement lot for the farm. It was aimed, its objective was to create a space where the elderly generation for the farm could go and the newer or younger family could continue on the legacy of farming the property. Notably, that retirement lot continues to exist in a number of ways. We'll speak to that momentarily, but it exists in Geo Warehouse, it exists in the Hamilton mapping system. And if it was not for an activity that happened in 2006, where Bill was trying to help out a neighboring farm that needed more land, that lot would still exist. The challenge was in 2006, land was transferred to the adjacent farm and an accidental merger occurred, which notably would not happen today because of the updates to the planning policy that came about in 2023. So it was an accidental merger that occurred in about 2006. So really what we're talking about today is a technical conveyance. It's not complicated. What we're trying to do today, you'll see the larger farm in front of you outlined in red, and the blue outline is the parcel specifically that we're talking about. Again, that was created in 1986 for Eustrati Slemko and conveyed to William Slemko for his retirement lot as well. Notably, I point out that the lots to the south of the retirement parcel are smaller in size. So the retirement lot itself is larger than lots in the vicinity of the property. And again, it was created, the previous slide highlighted in 1986. So a couple of points about why we're at this point today. We didn't actually realize it had merged until last year when we started this whole process to have the next generation take over the farm. If you go in Geo Warehouse, if you go into the property index mapping system or city online mapping or even the parcel fabric mapping system, the property still exists. Again, it's the same size as the previous lots, and it is the original retirement parcel for the farm. I can't stress that enough, that the intent has always been, and when it was created, for it to be a retirement piece for the older generation. So the purpose today is about rectifying an accidental merger. It's not a new lot. If anyone's talking to you about establishing a new lot, that's simply not the case. And what we're looking to do is reestablish that original boundary. And of course, there's some relief pieces that are applicable. So for example, yes, it is 0.24 hectares versus 0.4 hectares for the severed lot. It's true that the farm is 26 hectares versus 40 hectares for an agricultural lot. But I would put forward that the relief being requested is consistent with the purpose and intent of bylaws and official plans. And again, that this merger was an accidental merger that occurred because Bill and Teresa were trying to help out an adjacent farm. What I'm really hoping to do today is to support your Committee of Adjustments decision and vision regarding 764 Valins Road. I'm asking that you allow the Slemco farm to continue to the next generation, and that you recognize that supporting an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal is refusing for us because we can't afford to go through that process. And unfortunately, there is no mechanism that exists for us to manage this file, negotiate this file with the city right now. It just is not an opportunity for us. And so I just hope that we can make a common sense decision that will allow my in-laws to continue to age on the farm with the support of their family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Just do a quick check to see if there are any questions from committee. Councillor Alex Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just want to say thank you to you and your parents-in-law for being here today, delegating, bringing the kind of the human side of this file as well, and not just kind of the planning context to it. On that context, have you had a chance to look at kind of the City of Hamilton's planning staff report on the Committee of Adjustment? Sienna, not there. Anything that you kind of want to pull out some of those concerns from a planning perspective or other things that you just want to get a chance to comment on? I know it's going to be a long time since we get to the application. It's at the end of our agenda today, so there'll be a bit of a disconnect.
Sure, absolutely. And so, you know, I don't pretend to understand all the components. I trust the Committee of Adjustment when they reviewed the situation, and there'll be pieces. You know, there was a concern about a septic system. And the reality is that I revert to an appeal to the fact that this boundary existed in 1986, and it continued to exist until 2005. And if not for an inadvertent merger, all these challenges that might be presented are surmountable. If that property hadn't merged and we needed a new septic system, there would have been a mechanism to make that happen. I note that the properties to the south, there are 2 or 3, and they too require new septic systems. They too are on wells, and yet we don't talk about changing their boundaries. I understand that if we were applying for a new lot, that this would be a challenge. We're just looking to go back to the original lot size. We're not introducing any new hazards to the environment. Again, this boundary existed and it still exists in systems, but more importantly, you know, it exists on adjacent properties that are a smaller size.
Thank you, Stephen. Councillor?
Thank you. Again, thank you for coming out. I do just wondering, are you able to explain why the severance helps kind of pass on to the next generation, or what's going on there? As you said, not new hazards, so that the home's existing. Why does the severance allow for a different type of use or a different kind of?
Absolutely, that's a great question. And so Bill and Teresa want to live on the farm still, on the retirement lot, but there's no space. Like, farms take labor, farms take people, and we can't move into their home. It's not big enough for the whole family to move in, and we want them to enjoy their golden years on the farm still. And so what we would be looking at doing is a potential of building a small home down the road so that the next generation can take care of the farm. More importantly, though, is that retirement lot will continue to exist. So as each generation ages, that generation will go into that retirement lot. And then the newer generation could reside in the home. And again, the actual size of the farm itself supports that. And I'm just hoping today that you will support the vision that the Committee of Adjustment agreed with, and that Bill, Teresa, and 3 other generations agree with as well.
Thank you. Councillor?
Those are my questions. Just thank you again for coming out.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Oh, one more question. Councillor McMeekin, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Steve.
Hello.
How you doing? Were you at the Committee of Adjustment meeting?
I was.
What sort of comments did the chair make with respect to your application?
The comment that stands out, I don't remember who, forgive me, I don't remember who the chair was, but I do remember that Mark Dudzik, who is a real estate lawyer, had a couple comments on this, and he highlighted that these errors are very common. And he said it's not anything to do with the errors of Bill and Teresa, it was a legal technical error. And he was quick in indicating that from a legal perspective, it behooved the committee to support the process. And so that's, his comments stood out from, because I'm not a real estate lawyer, but again, Mark's comments really stood out to me that he's seen this happen. He also commented that there's no existing mechanism within the city process to easily address this, that the easy answer is to simply send it to the OTL. But again, even the Committee of Adjustment and councillors I've spoken with have recognized that the OTL, although it's not the city refusing, I don't have another $20,000, $30,000 in this process. I've already leveraged myself to put $20,000, $25,000 into this, and it's an expensive process. So again, those were the comments that stood out.
Sounds like he was a pretty handy guy to have around on the committee. Was there anybody on the committee that indicated they were in opposition to?
Yeah, so it was a unanimous vote with the exception of one person, and it was only with one person, not because of any specific concern, but because of a prior case that they felt was similar. But I stress that each case is unique. And so I note that it was, with the exception of one person, everyone was supporting of it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
It's helpful.
Thank you. We do have one more speaker. If you could come back, Stephen.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. One more question from committee. Yes. Councillor Beattie has a question.
My
Go ahead,
apologies.
Councillor.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, sorry to make you walk up and down the
it's
ramp
okay.
all morning, Stephen. I'm actually familiar with what you've gone through. Neighbors of mine went through the same place, found out that two properties that they owned had been inadvertently merged. It does happen from time to time. I understand the stress load that you're going through and having to pull this apart years after discovering, and probably quite a shock to learn that, oh, this had happened.
Absolutely.
In your presentation, I think I missed it in your slides, but I couldn't recall, we're talking about a retirement lot, a vacant lot, or was there a house on the lot?
There's a house on the lot.
So there's an existing dwelling on the lot. It's been there since?
1986, 87.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Absolutely. And to your point as well, that with the updates in 2023, these mergers would not happen because the government of Ontario recognized that these things happen accidentally. And so they've now corrected that.
Okay. Now there are no further speakers. Thank you very much, Stephen. Okay, moving along, we are now on to 7.2. Wayne McPhail, Strathcona Shadow Dwellers, respecting 200 Market Street and 55 Queen Street North, which is item 9.2. I think Wayne's making his way down to the podium. Welcome, Wayne. And once the mic's on there and you get going, you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of council, thanks very much for allowing me to speak today. I represent the Strathcona Shadow Dwellers, and it's a small group of Strathcona residents who believe in reasonable development and density for our neighborhood. We've raised some serious concerns about the previous Vancourt Hamilton Queen Market Inc. developments and proposals in Strathcona because, simply put, they were too high, too dense, and too close to 1- and 2-story homes in a heritage neighborhood. More importantly, they made a mockery of the Strathcona Neighborhood Secondary Plan, the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, and the sensible urban planning the city has been collaboratively developing for decades. This is not our opinion alone. Reports by your own experts on the previous 4-tower proposal for the site share many of our concerns. The city's also received 35 submissions from residents about the plan. I've read them all, and no one had anything good to say. And in today's report on the 2-tower proposal, your experts expressed concerns about incomplete sun and shadow studies, excessive height, lack of appropriate setbacks from the neighborhood, incompatibility with the Strathcona Secondary Plan and the UHOP, a lack of public consultation, and much more. That alone should make this development of great concern to you as councillors. But there is another reason for tribulation, which is the main purpose for me speaking to you today. The process you now find yourselves entangled in. This January, a mere 5 weeks after Vancouver delivered its current two-tower proposal to the city, it ran off to the OLT on the basis of non-decision. Now, it could have given the city a reasonable amount of time to consider the whole new proposal. It did not. It could have chosen not to file 3 days before Christmas. It did not. It could have included public consultation as part of the process. It did not. Vancouver has clearly demonstrated it does not care about your planners' opinions, your experts' opinions, the opinions of Strathcona residents, the Strathcona secondary plan, nor the urban Hamilton official plan. It simply did the selfish, expedient thing that a deeply flawed provincial legislation allowed it to do. Vancouver, in short, served itself first, a bit of a pattern its neighbors have discovered. This development has woefully short-circuited the democratic process and left you with only a legal response as a party at the upcoming OLT hearing. The last time this happened with Vancouver and Strathcona, it was over a 25-story tower now under construction at Queen and King. Back then, in 2022, the previous council instructed your legal department to cave in after Vancouver made a couple of paltry 11th hour concessions. The hearing was short, and from our point of view, anything but sweet. Vancouver got pretty much what it asked for. I'm here to encourage you this time to have more spine. This time, I encourage you to not fold, to not capitulate. Rather, I am asking you to stand up for democracy, collaboration, and sensible urban planning. I'm reminding you of the Churchill quote, "An appeaser is one," he said, "who feeds a crocodile hoping it will eat him last." I hope this committee, this council, will make it clear to this developer that the appropriate housing and LRT ridership density can be achieved without a 39 and 41-story tower punching above the Hamilton escarpment. From your own 2023 MCR Grid 2 projections on LRT stop ridership, we know this is possible. The city needs more density within its boundaries. Strathcona needs to welcome density that serves not just the bottom line of developers, but rather offers a streetscape, amenities, homes for families, and harmonious architecture designed to work for everyone. Developers like Vancouver can profit from tall buildings in good part because they offload major liabilities into their surrounding neighborhoods in the shape of traffic problems, chilling shadows, and taxed water infrastructure. Density is needed, no question, but not density at this high a cost. So, in short, I urge you to embolden your legal department and give them the direction they need to stand up against a process and a project that does no one but one party any good. This process, is an affront to good governance and future-focused planning. Even though we are sometimes heartened by the recent OLT decisions in Ancaster and Stony Creek, the shadow dwellers do not believe it's likely that our activism will make any real difference to this development. It made no difference to 25-story tower. If protecting the view from our backyard was our only motivation, believe me, we would have given up and folded our tent years ago. But this is a fight we believe in because we value official plans and a just process. And I know you do too. Please urge your legal team to fight for both on our behalf. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Wayne, for your presentation. We do have a committee member that would like to ask you a question or two. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Good morning, Wayne. Thank you very much for coming. Just a few questions for me. For some of my colleagues and those who are either in attendance today or watching at home, you referenced Strathcona as a heritage area. Maybe some folks are not familiar with the neighborhood. Would you be able to tell us a little story about the history of Strathcona?
Yeah, if you ask me to define Strathcona right now, I would say it's a great place to repoint your brick and raise your dog. But that brick is really important because it is the bedrock of our community. It's built on these wonderful Victorian, earliest 20th century homes. And they didn't really come into existence until after about 1750. Prior to 1750, it was really sort of farmland. And then you start seeing on surveys, maybe 5 dozen houses around 750, 760. And so we're starting to, 850. And we're starting to see around that time some industrial development. The Hands Fireworks Company comes up. There's a coffin manufacturer. Some of the early railroad industries are rising up there. Greening Donald, which is actually on the property that we're talking about today, bounded by Napier, Queen, Market, and Ray. And we're also seeing workers' cottages being developed, some of which still exist, and which had like 15 workers in a single home, which was probably a boon to door-to-door Febreze salesmen. But it was a remarkable time in terms of industrial development, and remarkable for Hamilton because in that period, 1860 particularly, there was the development in Victoria Park of the Crystal Palace, which was a home for a provincial exhibition, and really marked Hamilton in Ontario as an industrial leader and really led to a lot of industrial development in Hamilton and attention from industry to Hamilton. And all of that, most of that development, and things like the Loretta Academy, Erskine Presbyterian Church, Strathcona Secondary School or normal school back then, all developed in that period. And a lot of those places still exist, and a lot of those homes still exist. So that heritage nature, that solid brickwork foundation of our community is still there. Now there's some infill, which is great, and there's some increased density, which is great, but the fundamental Victorian heritage nature of the community exists today. And a few years ago, I wrote a science fiction treasure hunt for the Hamilton Public Library, and I had a time-traveling Victorian scientist come to present day, and he recognized a lot of the homes from when he was around in the Victorian era. And I do too. When I walk around, I see these homes, I understand that heritage, and I feel it every day that I walk in the community, and that's extremely valuable to me and valuable to other residents in Strathcona.
Thank you very much. Your passion for Strathcona and its heritage and its future is very evident. And again, for folks trying to place what the location is that we're talking about, if you're driving west along King Street and you see the gorgeous Scottish Rite on your your left, and you see interesting development by the same applicant on your right, and then it's just behind there. If you wouldn't mind giving me a little bit more information about your participation in this and kind of the history of this, and maybe the guidance that was offered originally to the applicant in, I think, 2017 with respect to the development potential of this parcel and the neighboring parcel. Please, through the chair.
Yeah, it's really interesting if you look at that property, because over the years, starting in 2017, there's been 4 different proposals put forward by Vrancor, and they keep swapping around. But the 2017 one was, relative to what's being proposed now, relatively modest. And that first proposal in 2017 never really came to the public. I think it got to planning and it sort of vaporized because it was quickly replaced in 2018 by a second plan. But what was most interesting was the Design Reviews Committee's comments on that original plan. And it's something that has occurred to me and other folks that have looked at the 2 sites, the one where the 25-story hotel is at King and Queen, and also the one now at Napier and Queen, that the Design Review Committee said, you guys, developer, have a fantastic opportunity to develop a master plan that could be a wonderful legacy piece for these 2 blocks, to really sort of think through from a clear urban planning point of view, something that would actually be great for the community. And that was a piece of advice that never got followed. And instead, we've seen not only these two parcels, the one that we're talking about now and the one at King and Queen divided, but also the one at King and Queen got subdivided into a hotel development, a 25-story development. And it's really created a development that could be so much more than it is. And it's a real disappointment that it is the way it is now, and I think a tremendous missed opportunity.
Thank you. Through the chair, words like great disappointment, missed opportunity seem to be a constant refrain. I do recall watching or at least reading the report of that design review committee, and certainly I think to your point, the excitement was we have a historic, beautiful neighborhood here that has always been open to change, that has always been welcoming, and new development should contribute positively because it takes advantage of that kind of establishment rather than detract from it. The last question I have, two more questions if I may through the chair. You mentioned the LRT and the density requirements, I think cited by this city, that would be sufficient enough to uphold and sustain and encourage ridership. Would you care to unpack that a little further through the chair?
Yeah, so I'm sure most of you are aware of the Grid 2 study, and I went to a presentation at the Hamilton Public Library about it. And what was really interesting, they were looking at how much ridership was needed for to sustain LRT at the various stops. And I was particularly interested, obviously, in the Queen Street stop. And within that sort of circle around the transit stop, there was an intensification area. All the stops had this, where you had to look at the density required. And what the city did was did sort of a computer projection of within that intensification zone and a little bit beyond it, what could you develop that would achieve the ridership needed, which was 601 jobs and persons per hectare, I think, for the LRT to be successful. And when the city ran those projections, and I was looking at the model, I was struck by a couple of things. One, there was no 25-story tower at King and Queen, and there was certainly, because it hadn't been proposed yet, no 41 and 39-story tower at Napier and Queen. But despite that, and despite applying the rules of the Strathcona Secondary Plan and the UHOP, the city, your own experts, managed to achieve the density within that intensification zone and around that transit stop to achieve the ridership density that was required. So it is not required that we have a 39 and 41-story tower near residential development to achieve the ridership necessary for the LRT, and that's based on your own experts' opinion. So I think that's really significant to pay attention to. It's not necessary to build this kind of density to achieve in this sort of conic or pointy up way, but to spread it out more in a way that is reasonable for the community. And I think that was very heartening to read because that's what we believe.
Thank you. Through the chair, one final question. I know, Wayne, that you have been active on this file and certainly the adjoining file that has since passed. Going forward, is there outstanding public information that might assist you in your activity in terms of reports or information? Or
Yeah, I've been trying since middle of February, and God love Alina Baldessera. She's been great. She's the planner that's on this file, and she's been wonderful to work with. And I've asked her for the actual reports that city experts have written in regard to this new four-tower proposal, which is summarized. Some of their comments are summarized in the report that's before you today. But I don't have the original reports, and as a former reporter, I want the original reports. I want to see exactly what was said. So, I think part of the holdup maybe was, the cyber attack stuff, but also there's a question of whether or not, because the proposal is now in front of the OLT, whether or not those documents are public. So what I'd like to know is, are those public documents? And if they are public documents, we know they exist because Elena summarized them in this report. If they're public documents, I'd like to get them.
Okay, thank you. At the appropriate time, which is not now, I will be asking staff questions on your behalf. Thank you again for your delegation.
No problem.
Thank you very much. I see no further committee members wishing to ask questions, so thank you very much for your time, Wayne.
Okay, thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Okay, so we need to receive the delegations. Do we have a mover and seconder yet? We do not. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Maureen Wilson. We will go to the vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Nan. That carries 9-0. Thank you, everybody. Moving along to consent items. Item 9.1, detached additional dwelling unit building permit process. That's a report PED 24036 citywide. Can I have a mover and seconder to put that on the floor, please? Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor McMeekin. Any discussion on this item? Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very good news story. So before I ask my question, if I could ask staff to give a very brief overview of what it's telling us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look to the bench. Oh, we have a presentation? Yeah. We have a presentation if you'd like to see it.
Oh, I didn't see that noted as presentation. Oh, did you?
Okay, we will have a presentation. Welcome, Manager Catano.
Yes, I'm George Caetano, Manager of Plan Examination. Just waiting for the presentation to go up. Okay. Basically, I'm going to give a quick background before I start on the presentation. And basically, this comes from a council direction back in May of last year, requesting that we come back with there certain questions asked about detached dwelling units in our permit process and how we're addressing some of the issues and concerns that councilors have brought up to our division. And as a background, the zoning bylaws were changed in 2021 and in 2022 to allow additional dwelling units, both internal and one external to a house. So this is where this whole thing came about. There's been an increase in the number of permits that we've issued. And we see that basically from, let me just see if this clicker works. There we go. You can see on the, oops, try again. You can see on this chart that gives you an idea. In 2021, in 2022, we changed the bylaws, were revised. You can see there was an increase in the number of internal and external dwelling units. The majority has been an increase, has been in the internal ones. Main reasons probably cost and also in terms of lot sizes or where you can put a detached unit in the back. Not everybody has the same size lot or adequate fire access route. Internal, it's also less expensive. You're probably looking at $150,000, $100 to $150 to finish off a basement versus $300,000, let's say, to build a custom or a dwelling in the backyard as a separate building. The other thing to note, we also did it by ward, just to give a representation where the constructions or where the permits are taking place. You can see here the majority appears to be in 6, 7, and 8, the wards. Could be because of there's a certain college up there. At one time, Ward 1 used to be the highest years ago, Ron McMaster. So that seems to be a little bit. I think they've done a lot of the dwelling units in there already in the homes. But we have seen the biggest increase right now seems to be in the mountain, and then it follows by wards 3 and 4 down the east end of the city. And you can also see a number of permits that we have issued. There's been a few by wards since 2019 to 2023. Basically, what I'll do now is I'll deal with the questions that were asked or the directions that were given. The first one was to expedite our permit process and approvals in a one-window dedicated approval team. So basically what we've done on June 12th, we created what's called the ADU team, the additional dwelling unit team. It comprises of 5 full-time plan examiners at that time. Now we're up to 6 because there's been an increase in the number of applications. And basically they deal with just additional dwelling units, so they become experts on it. They're available to answer questions, and they're also, in this case, they're specialized basically. And we also created a dedicated phone line, which at this point is not working because of the issues that we're having. But we also have a dedicated email address, which a lot of people are using at this point. And that's been, we found that there's been quite a bit of inquiries based on these 2 things that we've created. So the team has helped quite a bit, and it seems to address concerns from homeowners in terms of getting answers right away. The other one that we looked at, the second point, was dealing with providing, this is a little bit more tricky, providing access to library of permit-ready designs and templates for SDUs, basically detached dwelling units. And what we said in this case, the Ontario Building Code is very specific who can or can't design. A homeowner can do their own plan, obviously, or a qualified designer that's been registered with the ministry and also has the appropriate insurance. Those can do it. In terms of provincial legislation, the building division, we can't design, let's say, for somebody because that's beyond our designation. We administer and enforce the building code. We can't both be a designer and an enforcer. There's a conflict of interest on that one. And from a risk management point of view, we may be putting ourselves in liability if we start selecting a specific designer over another because, and also from procurement, there might be a concern as to what do we advertise on our websites. There's been, in the States, obviously, there's been some jurisdictions there that do have plans available to the public. The ones I've looked at in California, there's quite a few of them. Most of them require them to contact the designer to obtain the permit or to obtain the plans. And sometimes there's a flat fee, let's say $1,000, and you pay additional fees based on any revisions that you have to make. And the time frames also are different between us and the States. I looked at, in this case, Los Angeles, and it can take, in California, there's a 60-day, they have a 60-day time frame to review a plan for a permit for an ADU. We here in Hamilton, Canada, or Ontario, we have a 10-day. So some people in the States say they may take between 2 to 6 months to get a permit. Again, that varies also because of the legislation there is different in ours. Let's say California, there's a lot of environmental issues, earthquake zone, slope stability. It's more, their review is a little bit more complex than ours. But that's basically what this is telling about is the difference. Some of them do provide plans free of charge, but a lot of them, they charge you a flat fee. And if you want to revise it, you have to go back to the designer. One innovative approach that we've seen in Canada is BC. BC does have, some municipalities do provide plans. Again, you pay a fee and you go to the designer. But what they're doing now, they have the standardized housing design project has just started. They're going right now through bidding. And that's the provincial government is saying, we're going to, through a bidding process, we'll select 4 designs or so many designs that will be available to anybody in the province of British Columbia. So what that does is it makes it standardized across the province versus each municipality saying you can do this design, this design. This will allow them to use a standard design across the entire province, similar to what the federal government is doing with their standard design initiative also. And basically, this gives you an idea what they're creating. They're looking at 10 designs. Some of them are ADUs, some of them are multiple dwellings. But this seems to be a system that it's more innovative, let's say, than having each municipality try to develop a process. So in this case, if the council felt it was a necessity or it was an important issue, we could lobby the provincial government to proceed in this direction, to develop our own sets of standardized plans that could be used by all municipalities in Ontario. And that would address the housing issue in terms of being consistent across the province and not each municipality going their own way and having additional costs associated with that. And though we can't support the pre-approved or the permit-ready designs, we're going to be allowing basically what's called stock plans. So if a builder wants to come in and submit a drawing to us, we'll review it for building code compliance, and if they wish to repeat it, we'll allow them to repeat it in different areas or different properties without having to reapply for the entire permit. So basically, it's similar to having a design approved, and then they can come in and submit the same application for a different location. We'll just review it for zoning because the plans will be reviewed for building code. That would save time to both the builders, and the builders could then, or the designers could advertise that on their website. And that would be something that basically be a business case for them saying, come to me, I have all this design approved. We can just quickly submit it to the city, and all they got to do is review the zoning on it, make sure the location is okay. And this would result in an expedited permit issuance process. We do that now for new houses and subdivisions, but we're going to be extending that to detached dwelling units also. But then, guess what? The province on April 10th decides to beat us a little bit by saying we're going to be looking at a standardized plan review, and we're going to be working in conjunction with British Columbia to see if we can adopt their plans to be used in Ontario. So that might, we don't have to lobby the province because they're already looking at that. And basically that was done under their Cutting Red Tape to Building More Homes Act. That was one of the items they mentioned. So the province is looking at that already. So it looks like it's something that's going to be coming down anyway to from the province, that we have standardized plans that we can use either just in Ontario, or they might be allow us to use plans from British Columbia. They have been pre-approved, because now we're also looking at having the Ontario Building Code more in line with the National Building Code, which is in line, quite a bit in line with the British Building Code. So I think it might be a win-win situation for the provinces and probably the country if we go standardized across all provinces. So that was just hot off the press when I was doing the presentation a couple of days ago and going, oh, this announcement just came out. The other issue that we were asked to look at is develop a one-stop website to provide information to the public. We've gone ahead and done that. There is a website at the city's website, or the city's website, that directs you to additional dwelling units, and it provides information for ADUs, the permit process, the zoning bylaw requirements, and what you need to do or what you have to consider before you actually go out and prepare your drawings. We're also working with the GIS team right now in order to have our mapping system have the zoning requirements embedded in it. So when you click on your property and you want to know what requirements are to allow an ADU, you can just click on it and they'll tell you internal and external setbacks, maximum size, height, and all that. So that would make it easier for the homeowners to see, can I even have one before I even start? And we also develop brochures. They're attached as Appendix A and B to the report. And this is basically what our website looks like. And we've had some good positive response from the public in terms of the content and well, I don't know if it was me or okay, thank you, Councillor. Basically, this just shows you an illustration or what the website looks like right now. And like I said, we have positive feedback from the industry, from designers, homeowners, and we're continuously updating the information that's on it because it does change on it. Sometimes we get questions that we didn't think of or information that we think should be on it, and we've been adding to it. And this is some of the other information we put in, like basically what you can do for an internal ADU. It's just a summary. And we also go for external, what you need to look at, type of things you need to make sure you have, like water connections, sewer connections, there's a bunch of things that people don't realize are involved in doing an additional dwelling unit, both for safety and and to make sure that it complies with the bylaws. The other issue that we were asked to look at was the facilitated connection among prospective STU owners and residents. We have reached out to the Hamilton ADU Facebook group in the past, and basically we have they've included a lot of information that we have. So we've been working with them to make sure they provide direction to our website and vice versa, so there is communication between us. They also, their website is used by a lot of owners and designers and builders to talk to each other. And sometimes that's very useful because they'll come across issues or concerns, or they'll come across saying, who did this detached dwelling unit, who's a good designer, who's a good builder. So they're kind of monitoring themselves in terms of providing guidance to each other. So it seems to be working pretty well. And we'll continue to work with them because we think it's beneficial to both sides in terms of making sure information is up to date on both sides. Well, the other one is to partnership with other organizations, nonprofit groups. We are doing that, and as a matter of fact, where we talk to other municipalities on a constant basis. We are currently involved in the project with the housing. Cities of Hamilton staff are also working with finance in terms of Housing Secretariat's office for funding in grant programs. So we are involved with a lot of different groups in terms of how do we provide affordable housing, what building code requirements are there, what can or we can't do, instead of them going on their own and then finding out, guess what, the building code doesn't allow that, or these are the issues. We're also part of the federal government's housing design catalog. That's the one that the federal government is working on, developing designs. We're part of that group in terms of in the municipal partner roundtable group. Like I said, we're always willing to listen to homeowners, and we've done that, and hopefully that will continue. And that includes anyone else. If anybody has any questions, concerns, we're always open to suggestions or recommendations. But at the end of the day, our main job is to make sure that whatever housing is built, it's safe to the occupants and to the neighborhood. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Manager Catano. We do have a couple on the speakers list. Go back to Councilor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for that presentation. As the author of the original motion, I think it's fair to say you understood the assignment, and I appreciate all the work that has been done to date.
municipalities have secondary bylaws and is in line with, I think, trying to enhance other options and what have you. I really like the idea of the information website, hands-on, proactive, working with, encouraging, facilitating, all of that. And I think it's wonderful to hear that we want to proactively engage with others. I've always believed that none of us is as smart as all of us. And if we put that into practice, we can benefit from the experience, not only in BC, but anywhere else that's struggling with this. So my question is, this sounds great. Will the team be able to have a sort of a hands-on approach? Like if a homeowner says, I've been to the library, thanks for the resource, I've been to the website, I've reviewed the regulations. I know some of them are emerging. I've got a double lot with a big backyard. I'm thinking of the recent story about the small house in the backyard featured in the front page of the spec. Lovely story. Will your team be hands-on? Will you actually be visiting the site and if not advising, at least guiding people who might want to avail themselves of this exciting opportunity?
Well, right now, our team, like I said, we do phone and emails, but we do have in-person meetings. If they wish to have us, they'll come to our division.
Yeah.
And we do that now. If they want to discuss with one of the ADU specialists, we'll set up a time and place, and we can meet here at the city and just go over their drawings and we'll go over the requirements.
That's good. Would you go on site and actually?
We've looked at that. We haven't decided, because that usually it's a little bit before. We like to make sure that they can do it before they even start. And by looking at a plan, we can tell them pretty certain if they can or can't do it. Unless there's very site-specific, I'll be honest, if there's a very site-specific issue, let's say it's a basement. It's a good example. And we've dealt with this before. A basement, they might have a height issue in the basement.
Yeah.
But they're not sure. We have sent, once they apply for the permit, we'll say, well, let's have somebody go look at it to make sure it complies or not prior to us issuing the permit. Just to advise them that, yeah, you can't do it or you can by doing this, this, and that, right? There are some detached ADU, it's pretty straightforward. A basement renovation could be a little bit trickier because of height, windows, there's a bunch of other, those are more involved sometimes. We would try to help them as much as we can, and we have gone out sometimes on site, but it's not as a practice that we do it. But if there's an issue that we can't be resolved in an in-person meeting, we may look at that as another option.
Your base, through your chair, your basement unit was an interesting comment. I know before the requirement about municipalities having to have secondary bylaws, some of the intuitive progressive builders were actually drawing the lines around where that door could be cut after occupation of the house, and in sneaky kinds of ways we're doing this sort of thing. It's good to see it really up front and
yes,
and being promoted. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I noticed, I'm not on my computer here, but anyways, I noticed that Ward 6, 7, and 8 permits are the highest applicants for these ADU. Is there a reason why residents in those wards have applied almost doubled or tripled than any other wards?
It could be a certain college up there. It's close by one of them. But the other issue I think up there is you have lot sizes that are larger than in the downtown area. There are restrictions that say Ward 2, where you can, Ward 2, there's lots that are a lot smaller, so you may not be able to put a detached ADU, maybe just in the basement. But that's, I think the main reason is it's also, it's not a new area. It's an area that was done in the 50s and 60s. So the more standardized lot sizes and unit sizes, and their basements are usually more accommodating to put a dwelling unit inside with less work, let's say.
Thank you for that. And through the chair, if there is opposition by the community in that area, is there a website, or where can a resident complain about the ADU?
They have to go through their ward councillor probably. If they comply with the bylaws and the building code, we have to issue a permit. If they're concerned about what the bylaws allow, then that's a councillor's decision in terms of how the bylaw was written or to make changes to the bylaws. But if it's permitted in a certain specific area, are you talking about construction or about?
Construction or,
Yeah, if there's a concern about the way they're building something, they can talk to us, obviously. If there's a permit, we'll inform them. But in terms of what they can build there, let's say, I don't want to have a 3-family dwelling next to me. If the bylaw allows it, we can't do much about it.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
So you just said that the councillor would decide. There's no way I'm going to decide whether they're going to build something next to my house or not. I want the city to have a strong position.
Well, no, to the chair, it's not the councillor that decides. Council could amend the bylaws, but that's not something, because the province has made it really, they have to allow 3-family dwellings, every part of the city almost.
Right.
Through the chairman to the councillor, Steve Robichaud, acting general
Thank you.
manager. If residents have questions or concerns about the city's approach to growth management and how we deal with accessory dwelling units, they can always contact the planning division for sort of the context piece and an explanation as to what led to the decisions that council made to update the zoning regulations to facilitate accessory dwelling units, whether in the principal dwelling or as detached units, either in the urban or the rural area. And then, as Mr. Catano said, if they have questions about zoning conformity or building code conformity, the building division can answer that. Or if there are concerns about nuisance or infill housing and how the construction is actually occurring, again, through the building division, we can follow up with the proponent if there's concerns, hours of construction, if there's nuisance, spillover, parking, et cetera. We do have some general infill housing guidelines that relate to redevelopment when they're tearing down a house and building a new house. The same philosophy and approach around infill housing would also apply to an detached accessory dwelling unit. Or if they have questions, often we hear, can we limit the unit to being, say, a relative? The zoning bylaw clearly cannot regulate who lives in the unit. What we as a city establish are standards under which that unit can be constructed in accordance with the zoning regulations then implemented through the building code process. But once again, if somebody wants to know why it's permitted or what is permitted, the building division staff can assist the residents with providing that background and the context, at least so they have information. If they wish to seek changes to the zoning bylaw, they can articulate that, but in order to, respond to the housing crisis and provide those housing opportunities throughout the city, that's why, we brought forward the zoning regulations to update for low-density residential, which council recently adopted, and we will be continuing with that residential zoning update for the medium-density and the higher-density residential. As to your earlier question, why, the certain wards are seeing more activity than others, I can share a report with you that CMHC actually did an analysis which types of housing are most likely to see either an accessory dwelling unit or a detached accessory dwelling unit. And generally what CMHC concluded based on their research was housing stock that was constructed, say, in the 1950s through the 1970s, based on both the physical characteristics of a house, i.e. like a raised ranch, or some of the the smaller houses that we saw after the war that were built, which are relatively modest considering relative to the lot size. CMHC has concluded that built form, which is characteristic of the mountain in the early 1950s to 70 areas, are the areas that are most likely to see a detached accessory dwelling unit and are easiest to convert for the purposes of adding a basement apartment or intensifying within the existing built form. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Thank you for the answer. I am so glad to hear that if someone opposes or just wants to know why the garage that's so close to their house is becoming a unit now, why and how can I put a stop if I can, but to have the staff communicate that, not the counselor, because I have one right now, that it's so close to the next house, it's turning into an apartment, and they're very upset. It's important that the city takes that lead, that they explain why the permit was given, not the counselor, where I have to, fight for my residents. in that instance. So I appreciate that there is a mechanism where they could go to the staff, go to the planning, and find out why, the reason, so that they get an answer from the staff. So I think it's very important. And my last question is, and thank you again for your thing, is there any circumstance or loops that the designer and the builder could compromise and get a permit, and then we realize that they did compromise? Is there any loops that they could jump?
Through the chair, I'm not sure I understand the question. The building code is very specific what you have to comply with.
Right.
There could be loopholes that they try to get by us, but usually we'll pick that up at the permit review stage.
Well, I've noticed a
Sometimes,
few
yes.
things have changed, from, 12-story to 25 or 25 to 49. Things do change. So I just want to make sure that our policy is straight and it does what it says. And there's no, I use the word circumstance or loops that they can say, yeah, I want to put a three-story.
Through the chair, as long as they
behind
comply with applicable law and the zoning bylaws, we make sure that they will comply with those. If they don't, if they do change something during construction,
Right.
and it does happen, we'll advise them that this either doesn't comply, or you have to revise it, or you have to put it back to the way it was approved.
So,
Yeah.
if Alan Shaw, Chief Building Official, Director of Building, if I can just add to Mr. Catano's comments, there's a check and balance process that goes through the building permit process in regards to pre-application, application, issuance, and inspection. Where individuals vary from plans, and it does happen, as you correctly stated, it does happen. You see people vary from the approved plans. Those are usually picked up in at time of inspection. And at time of inspection, orders would be issued for the individual to come back and start the process over, go through applicable law to make sure that they're not violating applicable law, that the zoning is being complied with, that the building code is being complied with. And if in fact they actually can proceed with a revision, we can reissue a permit to allow them to do such. If in fact they don't comply with applicable law such as zoning, then basically then they would be issued orders to remedy the situation with possible legal action to follow.
Okay, thank you, and thank you again.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, thank you, Manager Catano, for the presentation. We do have a mover and seconder on the presentation, so we will go to the vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Nan. The vote is up. Thumbs up from Councillor Pauls. That carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. We also have the report for 9.1, so I'd like a mover and seconder to put that on the floor to see if there's any discussion. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Pauls. Are there any speakers? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote to receive the report. Thumbs up from Councillor Nan. That carries 9-0. Moving along to 9.2, Appeal of Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment Application, UHAPA 22005, and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application, ZAC 22012, to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lack of decision for lands located at 200 Market Street and 55 Queen Street North in Hamilton, PED 24005. That is Ward 1. And we do have a staff presentation if committee would like to see it. Yes? Okay, we have Elena Baldessara. We're just getting the presentation up on the screen and then we'll proceed. Okay, we're all set. Take it away.
All right. So, 1, 2. Good morning, Chairman, Planning Committee, and the general public. My name is Elena Baldessara, and I'm a planner on the West team. The information before you is for an appeal for a non-decision for 200 Market Street and 55 Queen Street South. So this is an aerial image showing the site. The site is bounded by 3 streets. We've got Market Street to the south, Napier Street to the north, and Queen Street North to the east. And on the west side of the property are single detached dwellings. The property is about 0.79 hectares in area. This is just a location map showing the surrounding area as well as the zoning on the property. And you can see the property currently has 2 zones on it. So this is the site plan application showing the most recent proposal that has been appealed to the board. The proposal is for a multiple dwelling with commercial at grade and residential on top. The proposal includes a 6 to 7 story podium with 2 towers that total a height of 39 and 41 stories. The proposal includes driveway access on both Napier Street and on Market Street. The proposal will have 1,072 residential dwelling units. It'll have 1,000 square meters of commercial space, 324 parking spaces proposed underground, and some spaces proposed in the podium. It proposes 549 long-term parking spaces, and it will have a lay-by parking proposed on all streets. There will also be rooftop amenity area proposed as part of the podium. So these are just elevations. This is looking north and south from both Napier and Market Street. So you can see the tower closest to Queen Street North, and then the 6 to 7 story podium closest to the single family homes. This is the elevation looking, east. So this is what you would see from the rear side of the property. And at the bottom, you can see there's a change of grade on the subject lands. And similarly, this is looking west. And these are the elevations that you would see from Queen Street. So the last image I have here is a rendering that shows the proposal relative to the surrounding area and compares it to an existing multiple dwelling adjacent to the site to the north. This is an image of the subject site. It's currently used as a parking lot. This is an image on Market Street looking south. So you can see the hotel, a multiple dwelling currently being constructed. This is looking towards Napier Street, so there's a multiple dwelling next door to the site. And this is looking east towards the downtown, and that's Market Street. So you can see it has some multiple dwellings and single family dwellings on the lot. And then this is the view from Ray Street. So it's actually the single detached dwellings that are at the back of the subject lands. So in summary, as identified in the information report, staff did identify some initial concerns on the resubmitted proposal from December. The concerns include exceeding the height of the escarpment, a visual impact assessment not being provided, compatibility with the surrounding area, impacts on wind and shadow in the area. They need to include additional information in regards to public transportation, according to our transit department. And they are required to have a they are required to have a reduced shadow impact. As part of the application, there was public consultation that was done, but it was done on the initial submission. So the 2023 December resubmission did not have any public consultation. In the initial submission, there were comments provided that included concerns with the initial proposal. The concerns included increased traffic increased density, possible servicing impacts, compatibility with the surrounding area, height and massing of the proposal itself, increased wind impacts, increased crime, additional shadowing on the neighborhood, and the number of spaces actually proposed for the residential development. So that just summarizes some of the neighborhood comments that were received on the original proposal. The last comment that I wanted to make is to provide some information about Wayne's comments regarding information provided to the public. So there was a link that included the original submission, the original comments from staff, and the resubmission as provided in December 22nd of 2023. What has not been provided is the technical staff comments. So the technical staff comments were received after the application was appealed, and so those were not included as part of the public record. That summarizes my presentation, and I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We do have one speaker, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Planner Elena. Most of my questions pertain to the report, so I will hold those in abeyance, but just two questions with respect to your presentation. I will be seeking clarity on that last comment, but if I could go back to the site illustration. Just to make sure I'm clear, with respect to the 2 stories, towers, will be atop a 6- and 7-story platform or podium. And is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. So could you just clarify for me how much green space would be available for the future residents, or is it strictly that which is atop of the podium? Kind of like Jackson Square's really successful podium.
Through the chair, the amenity space or the outdoor amenity space is on the roof. It is on the rooftop of the podium.
On the rooftop of the podium, great. And if I could ask clarity, no, that's in the report. On your last comment, just so I understand, because you did bring it up, Mr. McPhail, Delegate McPhail, was hoping to, I think, receive those staff comments to this December 25th or December 23rd submission. They're summarized in your presentation. I think the ask was the reports or the papers or the submissions that would further elaborate on those summarized comments that are in the report. Could you provide a little bit? I'm not sure I understand your comment, and I can't speak for Delegate McPhail, but I don't know if he does either.
So through the chair, the link that has previously been provided was unfortunately inactive due to the cyber incident. But in that link, we had the original submission, the original staff comments, and the resubmission provided by the applicants. Because the proposal was appealed while the application was circulated, it did not include any of the technical staff comments received. They were received after the appeal date.
Okay. Sorry, through the chair. So are those technical staff comments publicly available, or are they housed with the OLT? I'm sorry to sound so daft. I'm not sure I understand.
Mr. Chairman, if I can assist. Please. Patrick McDonald from Legal is here, and he may be in a better position to comment on that matter and based on what was received prior to the appeal being filed and what has been received or processed post-appeal being filed. Thank you.
Solicitor McDonald.
Thank you. Patrick McDonald, Legal Services. So through the chair, generally the rule is that once litigation has been commenced, there may be a presumption of litigation privilege attaching to any documents created after that point for the purpose of litigation. So that's a general position. So in terms of what documents could or couldn't be released publicly, on this specific application. That may be something I need to speak to in camera, but generally speaking, yes, following the date of appeal, there's a presumption that documents would be subject to litigation privilege.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you. I think I might explore that further when we come to the report, just so I understand. I have one final question to Planner Baldessaro. You mentioned public consultation. Just to provide some clarity to the public and to my colleagues, could you just summarize the public consultation that was done on any of the proposals and the developers' engagement with the public? Through the chair.
Through the chair. So the application was circulated once the application was deemed complete. And so we received written comments through that mechanism. In terms of any additional circulations or any public comment, public consultation completed for the resubmission, there was none in terms of circulation and comments. Unfortunately, I don't have access to the exact date that the public meeting occurred, if there was one, or a neighborhood meeting occurred if there was one at the moment.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't mean to trip you up, just for my colleagues. This is in the report. March 22nd, the applicant did host a virtual open house, but regrettably, the applicant did not provide any information regarding attendance. They did not provide any information with respect to what they heard at that meeting. And also, the applicant did not undertake any additional public consultation for its revised submission received on December 22nd. So, the question obviously arises, Chair, why go through the theater of public consultation when you don't follow back and provide it to the public? Thank you. I'll have questions on the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks. Through you, Chair. Just picking up on my esteemed colleague from Ward 1's comments. This application, this proposal is, from what I'm hearing, quite troubling. And I'm wondering, and I want to pick up specifically on the comment that our solicitor made about litigation privilege. And I'm wondering if there's a connection. If a developer anticipates, as this developer may very well have done, a flurry of technical opposition to what they're proposing, and they may believe that it's to their advantage not to have that circulated publicly, particularly in a community where there's an active group potentially opposing the project. Is that an incentive to file an appeal early without participating in the process, any process at all, to kind of set that whole specter of potential critique aside? I don't know who on the bench would want to tackle that, but it seems to me that there might very well be a connection there. Let's head this off before we are going to be tricked into additional public consultation we don't want. Why don't we just appeal it now, get it out of the way, and shut everything down?
I think Solicitor McDonald would like to answer.
Thank you. So through the chair, anything created prior to the appeal date would be part of the record that would go to the tribunal, provided it's included in those documents required by legislation and regulations to be provided. Anything created afterwards that may be protected by litigation privilege, it doesn't mean they would be forever under lock and key. They wouldn't be prevented from being released through the hearing, but they wouldn't be automatically made part of the record. It would be up to the city subject to direction from council to determine what issues, what documents to put forward as our position in the hearing.
Thanks.
Councillor?
Thank you.
Okay, see, Councillor Pauls, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know if I should ask you or the staff there. What I heard earlier, it's not my area, so I'm not well informed as much, but the developer I heard in 2017 had a 25-story. Then in 2021, he changes to 40-story. What change or circumstance that they could allow to do that and go straight to the OLT? That was my question about the ADU. Is there loops or a circumstance that a builder could say, no, I wanted 17 in 2017, I wanted 25-story, but I changed my mind now. I can go to 40. Is that staff or?
Through the chair, so to, I think, answer your question, the applicant has a right to request what they think is appropriate, what they want. The reason they could appeal so soon after the resubmission was provided is because the appeal period starts when the application is deemed complete, which it was 759 days since the application was originally deemed complete. So after 90 days, or 120 in this case with the official plan, at any point they have a right to appeal. So they don't have to wait that same period for any resubmissions. But they do have a right to provide what they propose or think is appropriate.
Okay, they have a right. So in that right, they don't have to have meetings with the public? They don't have to present it to the public anymore? They just go straight to the OLT?
Through the chair, they are required to have one public meeting, and in terms of community meetings, it would normally be included as part of a request from a councillor, or if staff identify a need based on comments received. As identified, there was originally one done, but there's not a requirement to do another one necessarily. If we usually would request one to be done.
Just one through.
There could be more, just the request may come after the application has been circulated and commented on, and so.
Thank you for that. Again, it's not my area, but I'm very interested to see how builders could circumstance change whenever they want. And that's very troubling for anybody that lives in that area that thinks there's going to be maybe, 25-story max, and then it could be 40 stories. And so I'm kind of interested to see what happens. And so thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Maureen Wilson for a second time.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. I will hold my comment and questions, lead with questions when we get to the report. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So no further speakers on the list, so need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation, please. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor McMeekin. We'll go to the vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, now on to the report. Need a mover and seconder, please, to put the report on the floor. Councillor Maureen Wilson. Councillor McMeekin. Is there a discussion on the report? Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I really appreciate Councillor Paul's question, seeking clarity on the public engagement piece and the timing, because I think that's a really important part of this story. And as I often say with respect to planning, planners have a right to develop their property. And we put out plans and zoning bylaw in order to try and guide that so that it's amenable to everyone, present and future. And it's a matter of trust and respect of the back and forth. So to that question from Councillor Pauls on the public consultation, if I could ask Chair through you to planning, if it could just make sure, walk me through that public engagement piece from the first submission to the second submission on December the 22nd, please, and thank you. And the trigger of the timeline, when does the time start that enables appeal? Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. So in terms of public engagement, there's the legislative requirements in the Planning Act, and then there are the city's, I would say, guidelines and policies around engagement on a development application. So in terms of the Planning Act requirements, there's requirements up front with the notice of complete application to be circulated to everyone within 120 meters. So that's sort of that first point of contact with the broader public. At that point, there's contact information given of who the planner is and that we are seeking comments and feedback on the proposal. In terms of the statutory requirements, there is the only other point of contact for community engagement would be the statutory public meeting, which would occur at Planning Committee here at the city. What we do require is applicants to engage with the community as much as possible before they make an actual application, and then after the application is made through our public consultation guidelines. So there is that requirement or that direction from the city to applicants to have that engagement. But in terms of the legislative requirements, there is only the one point of contact, which would be the statutory public meeting. And then in terms of the trigger for the appeal, it's determined based on the date that the application is submitted to the city, and then if it's deemed complete, the countdown starts from the day it's received by the city.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I do apologize. I don't think I worded my question correctly. So I would appreciate it if planning could assist in providing that chronology of when did the applicant submit the plan, when was that plan deemed complete and reviewed by the planning department, and how long had the applicant had all of that information from our planning department before they resubmitted a revised plan? If I could have a sequence, a chronology, please.
Through the chair, in terms of the date, the original application was submitted on December 19th, 2022. Mm-hmm. The application was deemed complete on January 18th, 2023, at which point the original application was circulated in the new year and comments were received around March and April. The comments were then provided to the applicant for their review, including any public comments that were received. The resubmission for the proposal of the 39 and 21 stories was on December 22nd, 2023, and the appeal for non-decision was received on January 19th, 2024.
Thank you, Chair. That's very helpful, Planner Baldessera. So, folks, just so I'm clear, this applicant had these comments for months and months and months. And if I could take you to the date of December the 22nd, which is the last date that City Hall is open for business, in order to file a revision. And the appeal deadline starts from the original submission, which is earlier, much earlier in that year. So to submit something when you know that City Hall is closed for business until January the 3rd or 4th, in which it reopens, I'll lead you to your own conclusion. If I could, through the chair, just to make sure I understand, on page 3 of the report, it states, the application was received and deemed complete prior to the ministerial approval of OPA 167. However, as per Bill 150, any discussion must conform to the OP in effect on November 4th, 2022. Could you just unpack that language of what is OPA 167 for the public? What does Bill 150 mean? And how does this inform and affect this application? Through the chair.
Through the chair, the official plan amendment 167 that was referenced on the 3rd page was the municipal comprehensive review that was completed by the city and then further approved by the province with modifications. That approval was, I believe, on November 4th at the end of the year in 2022. The application, or sorry, 2023. The application then, or the Bill 150 came out, which was a revised bill by the province and modified the previous approval of the city's official plan, at which point there were changes to the policies that were in force and effect. And as part of Bill 150, it said that any decisions made from that day forward are required to comply with official plan 167, irrelevant of when it was submitted. So one of the changes included the maximum, no building being taller than the maximum height of the escarpment, which would now be in force and effect as part of the official plan.
Thank you very much. So just so I'm clear, this new submission then, you're confirming it would be taller than the escarpment, yes?
Through the chair, using the downtown secondary plan mapping, actually, given the site is adjacent to the downtown secondary plan, it would be taller than the escarpment.
Okay, thank you. If I could ask through the chair, do we know how much, in terms of the increase in density, this proposal is from the original? Through the chair.
Through the chair, the original density proposed by the applicants was for 759 units per hectare. It is now proposed with the 39 and 41-story buildings to be 1,375, sorry.
So according to my math then, Chair, confirmation, is that an increase in density of 25% for the site? Or more?
Through Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, it's approximately 50% increase in the density between the original proposal and the revised proposal. Thank you.
Through the chair, 50? 50% increase in density? Okay, thank you. Just working my way through my questions, my apologies. Could I just understand further through the chair, on page 4, the staff comments of some of the things I think that are outstanding. I'm not sure I understand the first one, which is, if I could read it aloud, to identify a specified street to be deemed the front lot line, I can't read my own writing, whereas for a corner lot, the shorter lot line would be deemed the front lot line. Could someone unpack that for me through the chair? on page 4 of the report, if you're following along.
Through the chair, so in terms of that specific requested modification, because this property fronts onto 3 roads, it would be determined based on the shortest lot line in most cases. The applicant is requesting to be able to identify the front lot line based on their proposal, instead of just determining what the front lot line is through the shortest distance.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I thought I read or heard that the proposal is to provide for a seniors building. Could I ask staff to comment on that through the chair?
Through the chair, the multiple dwelling does have a component that they have identified as geared to seniors, but they have not identified it as a seniors residence in terms of our definitions. So it is proposed to be a mixed-use building with some geared to seniors housing.
Sorry, Chair, I'm not sure I understand that. So it's identified as geared to seniors, but it doesn't have anything for seniors? Like it doesn't meet a specific requirement that we have legislatively or otherwise? I'm not sure I understand. What do they purport to mean for geared to seniors through the chair?
Through the chair, the applicant is proposing essentially residential units. In our zoning bylaw, we have definitions for retirement homes or for long-term care facilities. And based on their proposal, they wouldn't meet the definition of a retirement home.
Thank you. Imagine that. Okay. The next question I have then is just a clarification of what the Strathcona secondary plan, when the age of that plan and what that plan says in terms of this location through the chair.
So through the chair, the Strathcona secondary plan is from about 2012. In the Strathcona secondary plan, the site is identified as high density. The high density designation permits a maximum height of 10 stories and a maximum density of 300 units per hectare, with the minimum being 100 units per hectare.
Thank you. So 10 stories, and this is a proposal for 41, and a maximum density of 300, and this is for just over almost 1,400. Okay, thank you. For those who are interested, could you walk through what would be the next steps for the public if they're interested in what will happen to this new application? How can they get involved? What's next? Thank you, through the chair.
Who would like to handle that question?
So through the chair, for next steps, the tribunal would be scheduling a first CMC in this matter. I believe a date has been set, or notice will be going out of that shortly in any event. And anyone who wants to get involved as a party or participant would be expected to show up at that first case management conference. And the notice of that would be sent out presumably by the applicant under direction from the tribunal. So the tribunal determines who gets notice of that.
Councillor?
Thank you. May I ask our solicitor, it is a tribunal decision who receives notice, but is there a general guideline that tribunal uses in informing that decision? Through the chair.
Through the chair, so generally speaking, on appeals of non-decision, such as this, they would tend to follow the same notice provisions that would go out for example, for an initial public meeting, so to residents within a certain distance of the site, as well as any public authorities or other persons entitled notice. But again, there's no strict rules on the tribunal for how and when they do notice, but in any event, public participation is not limited to those that get notice. Anybody is entitled to show up and make their requests at the first CMC.
Thank you, Chair. The reason I'm trying to drill in on this is because the report states clearly that while the applicant held a virtual open house on March the 22nd, that applicant or the developer, Vancor, provided no summary to the municipality with information regarding who attended or the concerns. So I'm just trying to understand, do we have a record of who that might be that would be notified of this appeal through the chair?
So through the chair, the open house meeting, just so I'm clear, that was undertaken independently after the appeal was filed? If it was March 22nd?
March 22nd, 2022. It would be before the appeal, respectfully.
So yes, so through the chair, they would have to submit any record of that. That again would presumably be part of the documents forwarded to the tribunal as part of the municipal record. But beyond that, I'm not sure what obligations there would be on them to provide notice. Again, it's in the tribunal's hands, but it doesn't preclude broader circulation of that notice for anyone that wants to attend.
Thank you. I'm sorry to be so daft about this. So the onus is not on the local municipality to provide notice. It is now within the hands of the tribunal to do so. And do we have any voluntary rule that we could do to alert folks, given some of the struggles that have been had by the developer in engaging? Through the chair.
So can the city play a role here to inform the public?
So I've just, through the chair, I've double checked. The CMC is set for May 17th. The tribunal's directions to the applicant do not include additional persons living within 120 meters, but there's nothing precluding the ward councillor or staff under direction from circulating or making that notice public. Again, anyone's entitled to attend a first CMC or any frankly hearing of the tribunal.
Thank you, through the chair. That's very, very helpful in my understanding. So in order for us to provide notice, the onus would be on me, and there would have to be direction to do so. And I think what I'm hearing from the solicitor is I could seek that direction and the supportive committee in doing so. And could I do that now or later, or how would that work?
Through the chair, that's council's prerogative how they want to advise the city how to do it. But again, the notice is a public document. There's nothing precluding circulating it however council would like to direct.
Thank you, Chair. So trying to respect the time of committee, it's normally been the practice that I would bring that to council, and I don't want to go otherwise, but just letting you know that given the challenges that maybe the applicant has in engaging, I think the onus should be on the public body to do so on their behalf, so we can provide that notice. Thank you. And the last question I have through the chair is, one more time, because the developer Vancor has appealed for lack of a decision, even since that has been that time, any documents that have been generated by staff upon receipt of that are now subject to solicitor-client privilege. And so we don't want to circulate that because it could inadvertently undermine the public interest and the practice of the municipality and our position during that tribunal. I just want clarity for that because we did have a question from a delegate. Thank you.
Solicitor?
Through the chair. So first, I just wanted to correct, and my apologies, the notice actually just came in from the tribunal yesterday, so that's why there was no reference to it in the report, and I had to double check it right now.
Yeah.
But on going through it, I believe there actually is a direction to give service to anyone within 120 meters. Like, we can confirm that offline. But again, apologies, because that just came in yesterday once everything had been submitted. So in terms of the follow-up question around documentation, so the documents would be subject to litigation privilege as opposed to solicitor-client. So litigation privilege would apply to documents created for the purpose of litigation. Again, that's just a general speaking. I'm not saying it would necessarily automatically apply, but that's generally what it is. Anything further, we could discuss in camera in terms of what can be released and what cannot be released.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Solicitor McDonald, I understand what you've said. You've just received notice of it. And so I think you clarified that the public within 120 meters will be apprised of this. So there's nothing that we have to do in that regard, although of course I would cascade notice of it by myself. Okay, thank you. At the appropriate time, just for comments, Chair.
Okay, well, there are no further speakers, so now would be an appropriate time.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for your patience. Going back to some of the intelligence that was offered and shared with the public in this committee by Delegate McPhail, there are two parcels owned by the same applicant. And there was an opportunity back in 2017, and in fact, there was enthusiasm of the tremendous opportunity that was afforded that could have been afforded to this developer to both contribute to an existing historic neighborhood while providing for change, while providing for density, while moving in the direction of welcoming new neighbors. And that was to provide a plan for both of these parcels, which relatively speaking are small. But with the greatest of regret, that plan did not occur. And so what you have is two disjointed parcels, the opportunity to web them together for coherence sake and for urban design have been lost. And we see a maximization of massing on an urban footprint. And what we see also through the chair is I think it's fair to question the willingness to engage with a very engaged neighborhood. No summary provided with information regarding attendance or concerns or comments offered. And it is frustrating for those of us who, and I would include Delegate McPhail in this regard, who are welcoming of change, welcoming of density, still maintain that the best thing for this city and its future is a firm urban boundary, only to have an application resubmitted at closing time, December the 22nd, before the winter break. Those sorts of actions, you can't help but think undermine trust and confidence in our ability to get to a better yes when it comes to development, density, and meeting our housing targets. Very regrettable. And so it is with great regret that the story of this parcel and the story of this neighborhood is going to be one where we couldn't get to a better yes, and it's left to be debated away from the public, away from an opportunity for us to impress upon this applicant the importance of this historic neighborhood while welcoming development and welcoming density and welcoming new neighbors. Strathcona has always been a welcoming place. It is almost our arrival city in Ward 1, and it continues to be so. So it is with great regret and with much disappointment that this application has taken the turn that it has, but regrettably not much of a surprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Just wanted to briefly offer some comments on this development. It's a trend, in my opinion. We saw the same developer do something similar at Main and Walnut, where we saw an original design, original plan, certain colorations for buildings that when we got the end design didn't really match up. We also saw a similar plan by another developer in Corktown to build above the escarpment, do no engagement, and appeal this for non-decision. And this is just becoming a bit of a trend where we're seeing that principle in the downtown secondary plan being undermined. And I think it's an important thing to reflect on as a group of people who make decisions about this. When these decisions are made by the Ontario Land Tribunal, we should watch them carefully. And if what we're being told by the Ontario Land Tribunal in the end is, go ahead, these things can be built higher than the escarpment, you're not going to be required to do the really important public engagement piece, then we're going to have to change our policies here at the city to match that, to avoid having to spend so much of our resources and time fighting these things. I think it's just an important thing to watch because it seems to be a trend emerging in this term of council we should all be aware of. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further speakers, we do have a mover and seconder. This is an information report, no recommendations, so we will go to the vote. That carries 7-0. We are now on to item 10, public hearings. The public has been advised of how to pre-register to be a delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding development applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So we have item 10.1, application for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 140 Glen Echo Drive, Hamilton. It's report PED 24071 in Ward 5. We do have a staff presentation. Would committee like to see it? Yes. Okay, we have Spencer Skidmore here. We are just getting the presentation set up. Thanks for your patience.
Chair, if I could please, while that is happening, my vote has not been recorded the last 2 times.
Hello, Councillor. Yes, I did note that. I've just responded in the chat that I'll fix those 2. You've been added to the attendee list. You'll be able to vote moving forward. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Just having some technical difficulties here. We'll get going shortly. Okay, we are going to get going. Perfect.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chair, members of committee, staff, and to the public. My name is Spencer Skidmore. I'm the area planning manager for the city's East Development team, and I'm here presenting on behalf of Mr. James Roy, who is out of the office this week. Next slide, please. So this presentation deals with the contents of PED 24071, which is an application for a official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application at 140 Glen Echo Drive here in our city. Is this working? Perfect. Thank you. So just a note up front that this is a Bill 109 file. So the subject lands are highlighted in yellow on this slide. They're approximately 1.3 hectares in size, and they were previously used for an elementary school, which is currently vacant. It was declared surplus by the school board and subsequently sold to the applicant. It's also important to note on this slide, there is some existing programming. There's a baseball diamond here and a basketball court here that do encroach onto the subject land. So should the development proceed, those services or programming would be impacted by the proposed development. To the south of the subject lands is Glendale Park, and there's the playground equipment there. To the west of the subject lands is the broader Glendale Park and those two sports fields I mentioned earlier. To the north of the subject lands is Glendale Secondary School, and then to the east of the subject lands is Glen Echo Drive, and further along Glen Echo Drive there's a number of single detached dwellings all the way out to Nash Road. So this is just a more zoomed out view of the subject lands in the surrounding neighborhood. I've included this just to give a little more context. You can see the proposal is within the interior of the neighborhood, and the closest collector is Nash Road, which is about 160 meters to the east of the subject lands. The proposal is generally located at the or by the intersection of Rainbow Drive and Glen Echo Drive, both of which are classified as local roads. So this is the location map. It shows the current zoning of the subject lands. The lands are currently zoned as I2 community institutional, and there's a small sliver which represents that encroachment to the park, which is P1, which is a neighborhood park zone. These zones permit predominantly institutional and open space uses, with some limited residential uses also being permitted. The applicant is seeking to rezone to a C5, which is a mixed use medium density. Within that application, he has made a request for a number of modifications. They include to remove the requirement of the minimum floor elevation for a dwelling unit to be 0.9 meters above grade, to restrict the uses on the site to only multiple dwellings, so to remove all the commercial and other residential uses within that C5 zone, so it could only be multiple dwellings, to remove the maximum setback to a building facade of 4.5 meters, to increase the building height to 26.5 meters, and then to remove the requirement that the principal entrance be located on the facade closest to the street and have direct access from the public sidewalk. So this is the development concept on this slide. It consists of a total of 4 buildings with underground parking. To the west of the site, there is an 8-story, 192-unit apartment building or multiple dwelling. And then flanking, there's access to the underground parking in the middle and some surface parking, and then flanking Glen Echo Drive and fronting onto Glen Echo to the east. There are 3 4-story multiple dwellings containing 72 dwelling units. This is a total of 264 dwelling units with 277 underground parking spaces and 41 surface parking spaces, for a total of 318 parking spaces for those 264 dwelling units. This equates to an approximate parking rate of 1.2 spaces per unit. The proposal also provides approximately 2,628 square meters of amenity space. This is provided both through private balconies and terraces, but also through indoor and outdoor common amenity areas. The proposal provides 20 short-term bicycle parking spaces, but no long-term spaces. And then I just point out once again, this slide actually demonstrates it pretty well, as this encroachment to the basketball court, which you can see in gray, encroaching on the subject lands, and then this baseball diamond here, also a slight encroachment. So this slide just shows the proposed underground parking. It takes up nearly the entire site, with the exception of about an 8-meter setback to the east along Glen Echo Drive. The slide provides some elevations. So on the top, you're looking from the north. So that would be the view from Glendale Secondary School north of the subject lands. On the bottom of this slide, you're looking from the east. So that would be the view of the multiple dwelling from Glen Echo Drive. Once again, some more elevations. The top provides the view from the south. So that would be from the playground and the intersection of Rainbow and Glen Echo, Rainbow Drive and Glen Echo Drive. And then the bottom provides the view from the west, which is from Glendale Park. This just gives you a better idea of the multiple dwellings. The 4-story multiple dwellings proposed along Glen Echo Drive, so that they're on the bottom of the slide here, and this is what you would look if as a passerby along Glen Echo Drive. This is the rear on the bottom of the slide is those same units, so those 4-story multiple dwellings. This is just looking from the rear, so from the interior of the site out towards Glen Echo Drive. And this is just shows a 3D massing of the proposal, gives you a better idea of kind of the proposed site organization, some of the massing, some of the scale of the building proposed. Just for context, I did include a north arrow. So Glendale Secondary School is here, and then you have Glendale Park here, the playground equipment is here, and this road here is Glen Echo Drive. So the balance of the presentation is a quick photo tour of the subject lands in the surrounding neighborhood. This is the subject lands taken from Glen Echo Drive facing west. So this is at that approximate same location at the intersection of Glen Echo and Loyalist Drive, facing east down Loyalist Drive. This is out front or a little further south along Glen Echo Drive, facing north towards this is located towards the intersection of Rainbow Drive and Glen Echo Drive. So just looking north from there, you can see the existing vacant school in the background. This little further north along Glen Echo Drive, this is the rear of Glendale Secondary School, taken from Glen Echo Drive facing west. This is the sports fields a little bit further north associated with Glendale Secondary School. So this is roughly from the same location, but looking south down Glen Echo Drive. Once again, you can see the vacant school in the background. This is looking north along Glen Echo Drive. You can see Viola Davis Elementary School in the background. This is out front of Viola Davis Elementary School. It's close to the intersection of Secord Drive and Glen Echo. So this is standing on Secord looking south towards Viola Desmond Elementary School. And this is looking, that same location looking down Secord Drive to the west. This is around the corner on Rainbow Drive. This is out front of Glendale Secondary School facing north. This is from that same location on Rainbow Drive looking across Glendale Park at the rear of the subject lands. And once again, you can see that vacant school in the background. These are those impacted sports fields I talked about earlier, I discussed earlier. So this is the baseball diamond, and in the background it's tough to see, but there is a basketball court back there. And then once again, this is the existing vacant school, which is subject to the redevelopment. And lastly, this is taken from Glendale Park facing northeast, and that is the vacant school subject to the redevelopment from the rear. So in summary, staff are recommending denial of the submitted zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment applications for the reasons outlined in the report. They include that the applicant has not demonstrated the proposal has sufficient capacity to service the proposed development, that the proposed 8-story multiple dwelling is not compatible with the surrounding area and does not enhance the character of the existing neighborhood. The proposal does not include 3-bedroom units and therefore does not include a mix of unit sizes suitable for a range of household sizes. The proposal does not meet the intent of the function or design policies of the medium-density residential areas in the neighborhood's designation. The proposal does not meet the intent of the city's intensification or urban design policies. The proposed increase in building height for the multiple dwelling up to a maximum of 26.5 meters, coupled with the permissions of the mixed-use medium-density zone, result cumulatively in an overdevelopment of the site. And lastly, the proposed built form and massing does have shadow impacts, specifically on Glendale Park to the west. So based on the foregoing, staff have concluded the proposal is not consistent with PPS, does not conform to the growth plan or the city's urban Hamilton official plan. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Manager Skidmore. We do have Councillor Francis on the speakers list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. Just in relation to a few of the slides that you posted up there with the park space, with the baseball diamond and basketball court, and as stewards of that public land, if this development does proceed at some point, we lose those valuable amenities, the basketball court and the baseball diamond. What is our plan to repurpose this site and to regain those amenities? Through you, Chair.
Thank you. So through you, Chair, to the councillor. So I may defer to one of my colleagues from Public Works or Landscape Architectural Services for that, but they were circulated as part of the application, and I can speak to those comments. Apparently there was at first some investigation on potentially purchasing that sliver, but just based on the cost of the land, it was not viable. And given the amount of space in Glendale Park to relocate that programming, I think that is the approach, that those two fields would be relocated into somewhere else in Glendale Park post-development to retain that programming.
That's it for me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, not seeing any further speakers, so just need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. Councillor Francis, Councillor Alex Wilson. We'll go to the vote. Yes. Thumbs up from Councillor Nan. Vote is up. That carries 9-0. Thank you. In attendance today, we have Stephanie Mertich from MHBC Planning, who's on her way down to the podium. Good morning, Stephanie. Oh, just got to get your microphone on there. Go ahead.
Good morning, members of committee, members of staff, and the public. My name is Stephanie Murdich, and I'm a registered professional planner with MHBC Planning, here today on behalf of Lozani Homes. I will just let the presentation load here. Great, thank you very much. And again, thank you, staff, for the presentation. I will try to cover new information generally with my presentation today, and then happy to answer any questions. So just generally, I'll start with the site context. As Mr. Skidmore mentioned, the site is within a larger block of institutional uses, including 2 school sites and 2 public parks. The subject lands are not immediately abutting any residential uses. However, as noted, there are low-density residential uses on the opposite side of both Rainbow Drive and Glen Echo Drive. The subject lands are in close proximity to Nash Road South, which is a collector road with existing transit service, as well as King Street East, which is an arterial with substantial transit service. Of note, the site is also within close proximity of the future Nash LRT station, located at the intersection of Nash and Queenston. Generally, the lands are well serviced by amenities, community services, commercial uses, and transit. So this is just a different image of the concept plan. So as Mr. Skidmore mentioned, there is a mid-rise building proposed at the rear with a maximum height of 8 stories. I just want to draw committee's attention to the stepping of the building. So a portion of the building is 8 stories at the corner, It steps down to 6 stories and then continues to step down to 3 stories adjacent to the park. Along the Glen Echo frontage, we are proposing 3 blocks of stacked townhouses. Just a point of clarification, there is long-term bicycle parking proposed within the underground of the mid-rise building. There is also bicycle parking proposed within the outdoor amenity area. And details regarding the stacked townhouse configuration, including unit mix and design, will be addressed at the site plan application stage. In terms of the landscape concept, generally there's been a lot of design work that has gone into the landscape concept for the site, including the public realm interface with Glen Echo Drive, as well as the public amenity areas proposed, including a common outdoor amenity area adjacent to Glen Echo Park. There are indoor and outdoor amenity areas proposed for all units, including a mix of patios, balconies, at-grade amenity areas, and indoor amenity space. There is also opportunity to integrate these amenity areas with the adjacent public parks for the benefit of residents and the community as well. There is no immediate intention to remove the amenities on the adjacent park as discussed, and our client is open to discussing that further with staff in terms of a land transfer or an opportunity to rebuild those facilities, including the baseball diamond. So just some images here of the preliminary design. So this shows a maximum building height of 4 stories along the Glen Echo frontage, and the mid-rise building you can see stepping there at the rear. And this is a similar view, just an aerial view that shows the building designs and the landscaping, particularly along the frontage and adjacent to the public park. Just at a high level, the proposed applications are an official plan amendment to redesignate the lands to neighborhoods and rezone the lands to C5 to permit a medium density residential use. Again, as noted, the site is currently zoned and designated for institutional uses. So what we think is important today is also the policy direction of council and of the city and of the province as well. So just want to highlight that the subject lands are located within the Nash Major Transit Station area, which the city has identified as an area of strategic growth. The boundary of the site is shown on this plan in blue, and the subject lands are outlined in red. Generally, the growth plan requires intensification in major transit station areas of 160 people and jobs per hectare, and that residential intensification shall be encouraged throughout the built-up area. It also speaks to providing a range and mix of housing forms and planning for a full continuum of housing, which we feel this proposal does by introducing new housing forms, including mid-rise apartment units and townhouse units in an area that is generally lacking in housing choice and is primarily low-density residential. In summary, we really feel that the proposal supports both provincial and city intensification targets, including the official plan, and supports the city's objectives for development within major transit station areas, supported by the recent Grids 2 work that the city has undertaken. This just provides a list of supporting documents that have been submitted. All these documents have been reviewed by city staff. There are a couple of items that require some updates and additional information, including, I believe, transportation and servicing requested a holding provision requiring additional information, which we are happy to provide, and some of that work is already underway. I believe I just have a little more information here on those items. So the first, again, infrastructure capacity. Development engineering comments did suggest that they were supportive of a holding provision to support the applications subject to additional study on the sanitary capacity being undertaken and an external works agreement. And transportation planning also requested a holding provision for the completion of a traffic calming study for the broader neighborhood. As well as natural heritage recommended a holding provision. And generally, the urban design comments related to the design of the building and overall site design can be adequately addressed through the site plan approval process. So in general, we are supportive of the staff comments recommending a holding provision. In conclusion, from our perspective, this proposal implements intensification within an MTSA and a strategic growth area, will provide a transit supportive density in line with city objectives and city policy, and contribute to the range and mix of housing types. And in terms of our request for committee today, we have reviewed the staff report, all the supporting comments, including all of the public comments received. We understand that city staff are recommending refusal of the applications, and we are not supportive of this recommendation. Our request today would be that committee consider alternative one, identified on page 13 of the staff report, which would be approval of the application subject to a holding provision for the various technical items that I outlined in the presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Stephanie. Councillor Francis, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. You hosted an open house this past summer. Hundreds of residents attended, and they were rightfully upset about what they saw, which was proposed, which no doubt you heard firsthand. Is there a reason you didn't take the community feedback under advisement and reflect that in your application?
Through the chair to Councillor Francis, thank you for the question. Yes, we did have a neighborhood information center in June of last year. The purpose of that meeting was to present two concept options. One was two apartment buildings, and one was townhouses and an apartment building. We did consider that feedback in ultimately submitting our proposal, and we heard that there was preference for townhouses along the frontage of Glen Echo, and that's why we submitted that proposal. I would note that the unit count as well is reflective of the lower density option of the two options we presented at that meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I can certainly tell you, when they say townhouses, they didn't mean just in the front. They meant throughout the entire property. I hosted a meeting on Thursday night. I did a straw poll. I asked who in this room, there's about 100 people attended. I said, who in this room supports an 8-story building? No, not one person raised their hand. I asked, how many people support a 6-story building? One person raised their hand out of 100. I asked, who supports 4-story stacked towns? A handful of people out of 100. And I said, who supports 2-story towns? Pretty well the overwhelming majority of folks in the room supported 2-story towns throughout the property, not on the front with 8 in the middle, 2 stories throughout the property. That's the feedback that you heard. I don't know what feedback you're referring to, because I was in the same room that night as you were when you hosted that open house with the gelato and the music as if it was some kind of celebration. It wasn't. But I'll tell you, that's not the feedback that I heard at any point. So I don't know where you got that from, especially we do have it on file here that were sent to the clerk. They're public comments here. So the last comment that I'll make and question that I have for you is I've forwarded many of the complaints to your representatives that I've heard about the property in terms of crime and vandalism. Is there a plan to deal with this? I mean, I've made this clear to you guys many times now that this property is becoming very problematic for the community. It's being broken into, it's being vandalized, it's being left to decay. You know, I'm hoping you be good neighbors and consider even demolition at some point prior to this being approved. That doesn't, you know, it doesn't mean we're approving the application, just meaning would you consider demolition prior to receiving approval for this? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, just a couple of response comments, if that's okay. First, I just want to come back to the original intention of the sale of the property and kind of the first application, or not the application, the presentation we had to the committee or the community back in June. The intention from our client's perspective has always been for a medium density built form, which the city generally classifies as, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 8 stories. All of these options really do fall within a medium density built form. Low density wasn't really ever contemplated for the site. Even through the sale of the site, it was always very clear that the intention was for medium density development. I did just want to share from the public meeting, we did receive all those comments. That was all submitted as part of a report, as part of our complete application. So yes, we are very familiar with those comments and we've reviewed all of those. I think where we find ourselves is trying to balance a mix of priorities, provincial targets, trying to provide transit supportive density, understanding that the LRT is coming to this area, also understanding that we have a unique need for housing within the city and city objectives for a broad range and mix of housing. So I just wanted to highlight some of those things. In terms of your second point, yes, I think we will take that definitely under advisement, share that with our client, and I think a reasonable next step would be to pursue the demolition of the building.
That's all for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Next on the list, Councillor Beattie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you for the presentation. I just had a question, and I think the term water closet count, is that a real thing, or am I making up a new word? I'm referring to how many toilets and how many fixtures of that nature. And I think I was going to ask a question of your total water closet count, and I'm going to keep using that word regardless if it's real. It strikes me that your comments were that the total unit configuration has yet to be determined, and that would be part of the SPA. Have I got that correct?
Through the chair, for the townhouses specifically, I can provide the unit mix for the apartment. At this point, we're looking at about 58% one bedroom and 42% two bedroom units.
Okay. So at minimum, 264 units total, minimum one toilet per unit, 264 toilets, 264 showers or baths or something. So fixtures of that nature, you're into the minimum 500 fixtures of that kind that are providing like a lot of water flow. Is that a reasonable estimation, minimum 500?
Through the chair, yes, I think so.
Okay. You also made a reference to transit supported density, and I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around that. I think that that's supportable, but I do make note of the neighborhood doesn't actually have a fixed transit route on or adjacent to that site. And so the nearest fixed transit routes are at Nash to the east, and then I'm trying to go west. I'm trying to understand, I guess there really isn't because we go to the Red Hill, and then we have King Street and the Highway 8 or Queenston Road to the north and south. I'm just trying to unpack your statement about supporting density along fixed transit routes when this proposal is not actually on a fixed transit route.
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the comments. I'll tackle the second one first, I think, the transit comment. So I think when we look at we have to look at the broader area when we look at transit, specifically when planning for a major transit station area. The provincial direction is generally to look at an area of approximately 800 meters within those transit stations, which this site is included within. In terms of existing, we have to look at both existing transit and planned transit. So in terms of existing transit, there are existing routes right now along both Nash and King Street, which are both in a very reasonable walk of the site. I would estimate it to be within a couple of minutes walk of the site currently. And again, we've looked at the future LRT station being definitely within a 10-minute walk of the site in the future. So it's looking at both existing and planned transit service. In terms of I believe what you're getting at is the sanitary capacity of the proposed development. So through the development engineering review of the application, they did identify that there is additional study required to determine that there is sufficient capacity. And my understanding is that there is a study that is underway currently and is anticipated to be completed later this year. And that's why staff are recommending a holding provision, which we are supportive of.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Chair. No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I see no further. Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
Thanks. I have two questions. One's about parking and one's about the park. And I noticed in the application materials and then the report from staff, there's I think 277 parking spots underground and 41 above ground. Just curious to know why you weren't able to add the other 41 underground. I mean, there's an opportunity here to reduce urban heat impacts on a development like this where you're seeing this. Obviously, there's an elision between this site and the park site, and that elision connects to the parking space itself. So you could have that parking space, in effect, be a green space by putting all the parking underground. I'm just wondering if you could speak to what limitations you found in this process that had you make that special spot for 41 parking spaces above, knowing there's so much parking below already.
Stephanie, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor. In terms of the parking, We are at this point proposing 2 levels of underground parking, which generally take up the majority of the footprint of the site. It's a balance. We did hear quite a bit of concern from the community about overflow parking in the neighborhood, so we really wanted to make sure we were providing sufficient parking. One of the comments we also received, I believe it was through either planning or urban design, was to look at increasing the size and location of the at-grade community amenity space and minimizing the amount of surface parking. I think that's something we're definitely willing to look at through the site plan. It is a bit of a unique situation when you do have townhouses as well, because you always want some, and even the apartment, you want some visitor parking as well. You may also want some accessible spaces at grade and things of that nature. So I don't think that number is necessarily fixed, and the intention is to provide the maximum amount of parking that we can underground.
Thanks. Also, I noticed in the staff report it mentions that there are significant impacts from building shades onto sensitive land use areas, and just curious how you would plan to mitigate those things.
Through the chair, yes, I'd be happy to speak to that. So the shadow guidelines speak to public realm, which in this case, there's 2 public parks which are adjacent to the site. The increase in the permitted shadow amount is 50%. At 1 hour of the day, it's prior to 9, I believe it's 9:20 in the morning, so 8:20 to 9:20 a.m. We are at 55% shadow coverage of that park instead of 50. We've done some analysis on that. It doesn't impact the public sidewalks or the public pathway through that park. So we found that that amount was a reasonably acceptable increase over the 50%, as it is mitigated by about 9 o'clock in the morning.
I did have a third question. I lied. I have one more question. In terms of the letters that are on the public agenda for today, I'll speak to one aspect of them I think that is possibly worth exploring more, which is speaking about how the increased density will impact the sort of dangerousness of the streetscape and pedestrian experience for people. How do you plan to mitigate that? I mean, I really do understand quite clearly the difference between what you're doing, what city staff's responsibilities are, right-of-ways with transportation. You're not required to go around this entire site and every street around it and ensure that there are speed cushions and pinch intersections and raised intersections. But certainly that seems to be a primary concern for many of the people who walk around this area on a regular basis. They're concerned about the density of traffic they're going to experience. They're already experiencing a density of traffic and kind of pedestrian impacts. So what would you be willing to do in terms of going above and beyond what you're normally required to do to ensure that there are those kinds of safety impacts and safety precautions put in the neighborhood, so that as the neighborhood grows and densifies with coming LRT and other kinds of things, that it's safe for pedestrians?
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question. I think that raises a really important point. It is something we did hear quite a bit from the community as well. Obviously, there are parks, schools, and other sensitive land uses in the area, and traffic that peaks specifically at certain times of the day. I can share that we did have a traffic study done. There was quite a bit of work done specifically on the access location of the site. We were originally proposing 2 accesses. We also looked at a second access further to the south on adjacent to Loyalist Drive, which in working with city staff was deemed to not be the preferred location. The preferred location is to maintain only a singular point of access, largely for pedestrian safety in the area. I would also note that the city requested a traffic calming study to be undertaken for the broader neighborhood, and that work is currently underway as part of our development. We are working on that right now, and it's part of the holding provision. So I think we would have to work with staff to see what the outcomes of that study are and work to implement those.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just a couple of curious questions. Why did your client decide to take out all commercial potential implications with the medium density?
Through the chair to the councillor, it's a unique question. The reason the C5 zone is actually being proposed is because there is currently no medium density zone in the 05200 bylaw that would really be appropriate for this, whereas the site is already zoned institutional under the 05200. So we did have some discussion with staff and zoning and agreed that, implementing a C5, which is a mixed use medium density, but removing kind of the mixed use commercial permissions, was appropriate for implementing the medium density. At this point, we haven't really had any discussions with staff or heard any desire for commercial use in this area. The broader area is well serviced by commercial uses.
Second question then, through you, Chair. Should committee choose to follow through with staff recommendation for denial? What is your plan B?
Through the chair to the councillor, I think given that we are in a Bill 109 timeline, again, I think staff alluded to, we find ourselves here in a very short amount of time where we haven't had a chance to really provide a fulsome resubmission and work through materials maybe the way we would have previously done. So I think, there would maybe be a discussion with staff, and I mean, ultimately, there's the opportunity for an appeal as well.
I see. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further speakers, so Stephanie, just confirming you are not in support of the staff recommendation.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. So just need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation from the agent. Councillor Francis, Councillor Wang. We'll go to that vote, please. The vote is up. That carries 8-0. We'll now go on to registered delegations and then to any delegations from public that are present with us today. So first, a registered delegation, Joao Borges is virtual, I believe. Do we have them available?
Yeah, I'm okay with, I'm not speaking. I just wanted to hear what was going on. Hello?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I guess we'll still need, so now we need to ask if there's any public members here that wish to speak at this public meeting. Second time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay, we have one individual coming down. Okay, we'll get your microphone on, and then you can have up to 5 minutes if you like. If you can start with stating your name, please.
Yes, it's Tilda Bodo. I'm not prepared for this, but I've lived in this area for 62 years. In fact, my house was the closest to the playground. There were no houses towards Nash Road and up towards King. It was all farmland. I could see across King Street to the two buildings, the gas station and the two buildings that were on King Street. There was nothing built there. So my family grew up in the area. It became a great place to raise family, and we watched everything develop over to Nash Road. And it was a wonderful community to raise children. Now, when this sale happened, none of us knew anything about it. We were without a councillor because at that time Chad Collins was running for MP and Carol Paikin-Miller was sanctioned, and so we had no representation in either case. So the deal was done. The school was sold and we knew nothing about it. Now, we've got a new school, Viola Desmond, down at the corner. And we already, it's what, second year? We have 7 portables and more on the way. The traffic is horrendous. We went to the meeting last June, and we were absolutely appalled by what Mr. Lozani wants to build there. Mr. Lozani grew up in that area, used that playground, and went to that school, and we just can't get over the fact that he would turn around and he would try to do this to this area that is, I mean, it's all single-family dwellings, the odd 2-story. And now Mr. Ford has agreed that he doesn't want to see any more than 2- and 3-story homes. And okay, if they want to build something, townhouses that have their own driveway like they have up on Mount Albion, this is not for this area. You've got Nash Road, you've got King Street, you've got other areas that Mr. Lozani can build on. There's an area, it's Sanford and King, a big lot. You can put your high rise up there on King Street. We are not the area. We are a small community. And we have, as I say, the school down the street where, I mean, we're overloaded as it is. And I'm sorry, I'm very passionate about it because my family grew up there, my children, my grandchildren even went to those schools. And to have this in this tiny neighborhood with single-family dwellings just does not make any sense. We don't understand where the common sense comes in here. I can see these buildings on a main road, on Nash, on King, but they do not belong in this small community. And some of those pictures give the impression that we've got such a huge lot. It's a very small area, and it's infringing on the playground and on the tennis courts that's used, or the basketball courts. Our parks are used all year round. In the winter, we would have the firemen would freeze. We had a fireman living in our neighborhood, and he would freeze an area for skating. And it's fully used all year round, and the playground is. And it's just an absolute travesty. It goes beyond comprehension. As I say, there is no common sense here. I'm sorry, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for bringing your passion to City Hall. You did fine, even without being prepared. Just see if there's any people who have any questions for you. Are there any? No? Okay, thank you again.
All right.
You can sit down. And I see we might have some others who wish to speak. So you can come on down to the podium. We'll get your microphone on, and if you could state your name and then proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jane Withers. Me too, I wasn't prepared, but I'm going to tell it from my heart. I've lived in this neighborhood since I was 2, and I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but it's over 50. It's a wonderful neighborhood. It's actually a unique neighborhood. Our whole block encompasses those 3 schools, which I attend and which my children attended. The amount of people that use that block is incredible. The old, the young, everybody. Everybody knows everybody's name. And then you're going to go and plop this on Glen Echo School, again, like Tilda said, that we never even knew what was even up for sale or sold, is atrocious. My grandparents actually lived across Glen Echo, and the guy that bought the house is now going to face that one lane of exit from his house. How would you like 300 plus cars coming at you? In fact, today, coming here, trying to back out of Tilda's thing, we almost got hit. I live on the corner of Woodman Drive and Secord, and I tell you, any of you come, I'll make you coffee and a cookie. You can come and see the beeping, the parents yelling, people parking in front of my driveway where I have to be late for work because, oh, just wait, I got to drop my kid off at school. You know, every day we call bylaw comes out, oh ma'am, can you move your car? They don't want to get involved because they're worried about people, you know, doing something to them. Every day it is like this. What else? The infrastructure. God, where do we begin? Pressure, none. The electrical gets blown out at peak times, summertime, wintertime, there's always power outages. Again, hold on one second, let me just see what else I have here. Yeah, I talked about the road, one road coming out. Both schools are at overcapacity. I don't know where they're going to put them. There was a woman that lived right across Glen Echo, and her daughter could not get into Glendale, which is, what, 2-minute walk. They had to fight to get her in. So all those people that are going to be in this new complex, where are they going to go? What are we going to do? We're going to reopen Sir Isaac Brock to bring them back there? Like crazy. I just think you really got to think about this. We're not saying that we don't want something there. We would have loved to have Glen Echo there, but please, 8 stories? I mean, come on, put in 2 stories, we're happy, like a townhome, but not 8 with 300, because all those people that they say underground parking they're going to have, realistically, most people have to work, like a couple. You can't afford a house in this city anymore without working. Everybody needs a car. So where are they going to park? On the street. And that impacts the playground and the entire area. Please, really think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Just wait to see if there's any questions.
Oh, sorry.
Not seeing any? Okay, thank you very much. And we have one more speaker, it looks like. Welcome. You can just state your name and then begin.
Michelle Hamilton. So you all work for me because it's my city. I will just piggyback, and I won't take much of your time. I know it's a long meeting. Also wasn't prepared, didn't think I'd be speaking. First of all, I want to thank the gentleman from the planning department who showed you actual photos of what our neighborhood looks like, as opposed to those ridiculous but beautiful artist renderings that Lusani likes to show. It looks like Glen Echo Drive is this grand boulevard. I kind of wish our neighborhood looked like that, but I appreciate you being realistic about what Glen Echo Drive looks like, what Rainbow Drive looks like. I actually live across the street from the baseball diamond, so I'll be looking at the 8, I know already I'm losing my morning sunrises because I'll be looking at that 8-story building. I want to make sure that we don't come across as NIMBYs. We recognize that we need development in the city. We know we need housing in the city, so it's not in my backyard kind of thing, but how about a reasonable thing in my backyard? Please, like Councillor Wilson was saying about being welcoming of new neighbors, we are that neighborhood as well, but I'm sorry, we don't have room for 300 and whatever units, 600 and whatever new people in our neighborhood, and all of those vehicles. I also was almost late for the meeting because I could not get out of my driveway this morning. I have to back into my driveway every day because I cannot back out. I have to plan my day, my time, my departure time for getting my own kids to school and getting myself to work around the traffic patterns in our neighborhood without 400 or 500 more vehicles coming in. I know the infrastructure was mentioned and you guys are knowledgeable about that. Already we have infrastructure issues all the time, electricity going out all of the time in the summer. So those are pretty major issues. And also just the fact of this development butting right up against our playground, our baseball diamond, and our basketball courts. I can only imagine how many foul balls will be going through windows, because if you look at that bird's eye view, it is meters away from the baseball diamond, and I know we've talked about maybe relocating, but you can't move it too far because you need an outfield. So I just wanted to add my voice to my neighbors here and to Councillor Francis, who's been so supportive of us. We recognize, we didn't want development. I would have loved a rec center or a seniors home or something like that, but we're realistic. We understand that the property is going to be developed. We understand the need for housing. Let's just make it reasonable, make it fit with the neighborhood. Anybody can walk in that neighborhood and look and see that an 8-story building is absolutely ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I don't see any speakers, so thank you very much. Okay, I've asked twice. I'll ask for a third and final time. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing none, then I'll ask for a mover and seconder that the public submissions regarding this matter were received and considered by the committee, and 2, that the public meeting be closed. Councillor Francis, Councillor Wang. We will go to the vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Nan. That carries 8-0. Thank you. Now I'll ask for a mover and seconder to put the report recommendations on the floor. Councillor Francis, Councillor Beattie. Is there any discussion on the report? Councillor Francis to begin.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, just comments, so I don't know if you want me on at the end or if now is the appropriate time.
Okay, well, let's have questions and we'll come back to you. If that's
Okay,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Councillor Beattie.
I think I was trying to push the little button, so I'm not sure if I jumped the queue. I apologize if I did. Thank you. I did have a question on, sorry, let me collect my thoughts here for a quick moment. During the presentation, Chair, there was kind of a statement or an allusion made to an ability for a walking distance to the fixed transit routes adjacent. And I'm kind of running on the fly here, but I'm wondering if staff could say what the preferred distance is. I have a number in my head and I'm just trying to balance out what the preferred walking distance is from a development of this size to some of these intense transit corridors that we have. So I'll float that one through you, Chair.
Who would like to answer that? Andrew Skidmore?
Thank you, Spencer Skidmore, Area Planning Manager with the East Development Team. So through you, Mr. Chair, typically the rule of thumb, there's no hard and fast rule, but the rule of thumb is typically around 500 meters to 800 meters being the absolute top that somebody is willing to walk to any destination. But the closer you get to 500 meters, the closer it is to more comfortable walking distance.
Thank you. I'll save the rest as comment. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Next is Councillor Wang, followed by Councillor Kretsch.
Thank you. Chair, there's been a lot of announcements in the provincial government recently. Specifically, Minister Calandra had rolled out his housing announcement. And I thought I read somewhere that there was a repeal of some of the different bills that would hinder, and I don't know if Bill 109 was in that sort of omnibus in the housing announcement. I was wondering if I could ask staff for a little bit of clarity around that.
Sure, who would like to handle it?
Through the chair to the councillor, just as a prequel to my answer, a communications update has just recently been sent out to all members of council, so it does provide a higher level overview of all the proposed changes. One of the proposed changes is to revoke Bill 109. Now that is not in force and effect, that's just out for comment now, but that is one of the proposed changes.
I gotcha. That's very helpful, because then that way, at this point, we can't count on Bill 109 being repealed. So it's, at this point, we are still well inside of the Bill 109 regulations. And I think that I'm correct in that, right?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks. So my questions are just about your kind of 8 general comments of why you're denying the application that you repeated in the report a couple of times, just to get some clarity on a couple of those. So I get the first one. What I'm hearing from speaking with the applicant earlier was that there are a number of holding provisions that would be planned to deal with things like traffic studies, infrastructure capacity, these kinds of things. In an ideal world, let's pretend that those studies were already done and they addressed your needs. I guess the sense that I get from this is, regardless of that, this is an over-intensification from your perspective of this. And you talked about this in your presentation already. So I get that. I guess I'm wondering, because when similar decisions get made for other properties, what I've been able to do is easily identify this is the reason why I'm saying no or yes to something in my vote. And so I guess just from a very general perspective, I wonder if you could taking those things that may have been dealt with or may be dealt with by a holding provision in the future to ensure that they conform. What other things you think are remaining that are of most concern to the department in denying this application?
So thank you for that question. Once again, Spencer Skidmore, Area Planning Manager. Through you, Mr. Chair. So technical studies aside, if that's the question, there's kind of in this issue, there's a fundamental policy hurdle in our official plan. So our official plan, the neighborhood designation, which is the proposed designation, there's a number of different residential density classifications. So there's low, medium, and high. This proposal would fall under medium density residential. And there's locational criteria for that classification of density. And one of those is that it has to have either direct access to a collector or an arterial road if it's and they're generally pushed towards the exterior of the neighborhood. This property only has direct access to a local road, being Glen Echo, and even through that local road to another intersection with another local road, which is Rainbow Drive, and it's located at the interior of the neighborhood. So the policy hurdle in terms of staff's analysis is that locationally, this is not, in terms of the vision of the official plan, this is not where we see this type of development being located. It's typically pushed towards the periphery of the neighborhood along collectors and arterial roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so my only follow-up question to that is about potential MTSA at some point, identifying this as a major transit station area. Is this premature? If we were at a place where we had this more developed, the LRT was here, there was a major transit station area within 500, 800 meters of this location, we'd be having a different conversation?
Through the chair to the councillor, I think in terms of our official plan policies, we would have to look at a complete sort of revisioning of those. As Mr. Skidmore indicated, the current policy framework, even if there was an MTSA, which this would be within those boundaries, if that policy framework was established, we'd still have to look at that low, medium, high density designation and the locational criteria around those. And because this is an interior site, I'm not sure that our policy framework would change significantly. We would still want to encourage some of those higher densities and taller buildings to be located along some of the major corridors on the periphery of the neighborhoods. It's not to say that intensification on this site wouldn't be appropriate. It would just be, we would have to look at an appropriate scale of intensification.
Thank you. Those are my questions. I really appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. We'll now go to Councillor Beattie for comments, followed by Councillor Francis.
Thank you. And through you, Chair. I spent a considerable amount of time in the neighborhood during the People Accommodation Review, in which I was working with the council or the trustee of the day in 2015. I spent a lot of time in Glen Echo School. I know people in the area. I have clients in the area. It's a 1950s design, and it's functioned very well to this point. But I was curious about the servicing. I think that's one of my biggest concerns, notwithstanding the lack of proper collector roads and some of the constraints that that's going to pose if this was to proceed. We've already heard that it doesn't have the appropriate size of road network to support a development of the size. But I'm very, very concerned about what's under the ground as well. And I have the benefit of knowing the former principal of that school who sits over there. And his recollection that there were about 22 toilets in the old school, 22 fixtures. And we've heard that this proposal, although not firm on its number, probably a minimum of 500. That's quite the jump. And this is 1950s infrastructure that was designed in a specific way to support a certain level of density, and it never anticipated where this particular proposal is going. My other comment would be that the bulk of developments of this nature that are taking place on the east side of the Red Hill Valley Parkway are taking place on King Street, taking place on Queenston Road, and we are seeing that. And we continue to see conversion of very low density properties, underutilized spaces into more appropriate land usage along and adjacent to major transit corridors. This is not a major transit corridor. And although there may be some proximity, as has been noted, I don't think that it passes the test in terms of the types of developments that we're seeing in the area already. And I'd have concerns about hanging our hat on that particular issue. So I'm going to be supportive of the staff decision and see where that goes. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. And first off, I just want to thank the residents for attending my community meeting, the 100 people or so that showed up, and for the residents coming out here today, taking time out of their busy lives and coming down here today and speaking passionately through their heart and caring about their community. It's nice to see, refreshing to see that. The meeting was a good opportunity for me to connect with the residents, clarify some of the information, and get the valuable feedback. And of course, everybody knows that it's changing. It's not going to be a school anymore, and that's unfortunate. It's sad that we've gotten to this point. Should have never gotten to this point. It's important to know, though, that the community understands the need for housing, and Michelle Hamilton, our delegate here today, articulated that perfectly. The residents here are not NIMBY. Residents here have valid concerns. They understand the very negative impacts before us and that will have on their quality of life. The community does support the two-story towns, as I had previously articulated, and I urge the developer to do the right thing and listen to the residents. This current proposal, it would actually be a good development if it was on King Street, if it was on Queenston, if it was on Centennial, if it was on our major transit corridor or Barton Street. You don't build this in the middle of a neighborhood. You don't. This is bad planning, and it's going to be a disaster for our neighborhood if it goes forward. I appreciate staff bringing this report forward to refuse this application. This is a very similar situation as the Billy Green application in Ward 9, which Planning Committee unanimously accepted staff's recommendation to refuse, and I would appreciate that same consistency here today. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. I'm also going to support staff's recommendation, but want to say why, because I think there's a little bit of distance when we think about building heights and talk about building heights across our city. Look, we're talking about constantly having 30, 40-story buildings in downtown Hamilton all the time. Some delegate here today mentioned, maybe build this at King and Sanford. There's always this pressure to be building everything downtown. And until the rest of the city kind of catches up inside of the urban boundary, we're going to have a really hard time meeting all of our growth plans and a hard time providing space for the people who want to live in Hamilton. That being said, there seems to be a long list of objections here, not just about technical studies, but about the possibility of making this work. And one thing I think about is, and this happens a lot downtown, we're talking about the Corktown neighborhood adding between, 4,000 and 6,000 people over the next 10 years to that neighborhood alone, based on the developments that are currently coming through the pipe and have been approved already. And when you look at that kind of density in a neighborhood like that, it's really hard to imagine, even though it's an urban neighborhood in downtown Hamilton. I can see why folks would also be concerned about adding a level of density to this neighborhood without, in advance of having a lot of secure understanding of how it's going to be dealt with, what are we going to do, how are we going to deal with shadow impacts, all kinds of other things. And I recognize fully that this planning process is about saying that a lot of those studies happen at site application. We're not there yet. We're way away from site application. But I think we have to start asking or thinking through these kinds of things when they come forward, and maybe doing some of these studies in advance. There's been a bit of a runway here, right? So this isn't just happening yesterday. There's been time to get some of this work done in advance, and I understand that applicants don't want to sink a ton of money and do a bunch of studies if it's not going to go the way they're hoping. But to mitigate some of the concerns that are being raised, I think those things could have been done in advance to perhaps lessen this list and try to find something that made sense. I also totally get the fact that it's not out on a major road, and that's where we're going to see development. So I understand what residents' concerns are. So anyways, I'll be supporting staff's recommendation to deny it. It's just I wanted to state why, because I think there is some dissonance around this idea of an 8-story building, and why that would be maybe not a great fit in this one instance. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further speakers, we do have a mover and seconder on the staff report. So the staff report is a denial of the application. So we will go to the vote now. And that carries 8-0. Thank you, everybody. At this point, I'm going to ask for a motion to take a 30-minute lunch break. Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Wang. Thank you very much. We'll be back here about 10 after 1. Let's put the vote up. Thumbs up from Councillor Nan. Wang. That carries 8-0. Yeah, 10 after 1. Welcome back, everybody. We are on to item 11.1, Bill 165, Keeping Energy Costs Down Act 2024, PED 24052, citywide. Could I have a mover and a seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kretsch. Maybe look to a brief overview from staff. Director Lukasik.
Through the chair, Linda Lukasik, Director of the Office of Climate Change Initiatives. And I'll just quickly walk you through the report. The Office of Climate Change Initiatives, with support from legal services, has undertaken a review of Bill 165, the Keeping Energy Costs Down Act. The bill is the provincial government's response to an OEB decision that you're all very well aware of, and that was a decision around Enbridge Gas Incorporated and Revenue Horizon and some other decisions there, and a ruling that saw that Revenue Horizon or amortization period be reduced from 40 years down to 0 years for residential connections. So very briefly, that was a major outcome of that process. And the OEB based that decision on concern around stranded assets and the potential costs for ratepayers of that stranding. The fact that there is an energy transition underway and gaining momentum towards low, no carbon energy options. And they also saw it as an opportunity to increase choice during home building and to encourage low or no carbon options for residential heating and cooling systems. So Bill 165 proposes to conform authorizations on the province to enable the province to prescribe those revenue horizons. And the Minister of Energy has already indicated an intent to reinstate that 40-year horizon, authorization to initiate generic hearings and revisit past OEB decisions, and an authorization to undo leave to construct order refusals, or any Ontario Energy Board conditions that have been attached to leave to construct orders. And so these proposed changes really erode the intent and purpose of independent bodies like the Ontario Energy Board, and in this instance may really ultimately lead to decisions that go against the stated mission and mandate of the board, which is very briefly to deliver public value through prudent regulation and independent adjudication of decision-making which contributes to Ontario's economic, social, and environmental development. So there are two recommendations in the report before you. We're asking that you adopt the submissions and recommendations that have been made regarding Bill 165 and to provide authorization for these submissions to be put forward to the province. And I just want to note too that this is a posting that was on the Environmental Registry of Ontario with a comment deadline of April 7th. So there was a submission that went through the General Manager Robichaud to the ERO with an indication that we were bringing this report before you today, just with an indication that we'll be following up with them with more details. And then as well, I think I would also like to highlight, just in terms of the context of Hamilton's climate action strategy, we do have a core commitment and an acknowledgement that buildings are one of our 3 major sources of greenhouse gas emissions. And we have a commitment through that community-wide plan to retrofit all homes to achieve 50% energy savings and then follow that up with the installation of air source heat pumps. So this is really an important piece for us in realizing our goal of net zero by 2050, if not sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lukasik. Looking to see if there's any speakers. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I'm understanding those potential future costs of a stranded asset and that kind of piece there. Is the thinking here, we're in planning committee, so I'll use a development example. Building a building, building the infrastructure for that building, thinking the pipes, the water, everything that's going in and out, and that's a big cost to build those roads, to build those pipes, and we pay for that over several years. But if that developer just disappeared or things like that, there'd be a lost cost or a sunk cost of the preparatory work we did on, say, those assets there to build out that infrastructure. Is that the idea here where Enbridge is building out their system, building out their transmission lines, whereas if there's disruptions, if customers switch to other sources, demand doesn't kind of go up, just anything happens, business doesn't go according to plan. Now, for the next 40 years, ratepayers are paying for that system, and so that's a potential asset that could get stranded there.
Yeah, through the chair, my understanding, Councillor, is that it's the latter, that as we move forward and you have fewer ratepayers dependent on that natural gas system, then fewer of them are responsible for ensuring that system continues to exist. So that shift towards the zero energy horizon, it's an interesting one because that revenue horizon shift doesn't constitute a ban on natural gas connections, but it does acknowledge that those costs really should be paid up front to avoid increasing that burden moving forward. And I think there are also lots of arguments being made around the importance of essentially leveling the playing field so that at that early decision-making point, you're making other options just as economically attractive as, you know, going in the direction that has traditionally been the case to make those natural gas connections to those new residential properties.
Councillor?
Thank you. Really appreciate the clarification on what we're talking about and like what that risk is. I do just have a comment, not further questions, if that's all right, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's so important that we learn from the mistakes of the past. I think about mistakes that have been made hundreds of years ago where we say yes to oil and gas extraction all over southwestern Ontario, a legacy that many of us aren't currently grappling with. Until your suburban town blows up because of abandoned oil and gas infrastructure. Like Wheatley, Ontario, we have hundreds of abandoned oil and gas wells in the Hamilton and surrounding area, some in Ward 13, many in Ward 11. These are stranded assets. They are assets of companies that used to exist and don't today. Their cleanup, mostly now the responsibility of private residents who happen to find this infrastructure on their property, didn't know about it when they bought the land, leaking, causing these things. I think we are already in a legacy of stranded assets from extraction. Like these aren't just the only costs. These are costs on top of the ones we're already seeing. And so at a time when we already can't clean up the messes that have been made before, we have to, I think, be really responsible about sustainable financing of new infrastructure projects, learn from the mistakes that we're surrounded by infrastructure we can't clean up today. We can't keep financing infrastructure like this. So really appreciative of these comments, really appreciative of the work this council's done to flag this is a change happening in Ontario, and supportive of using our environmental rights collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick shout out to you in terms of your motion that first alerted us to this Energy Board decision. If I'm understanding the framing of this, is it fair to suggest that property owners either they're seeing an economic and perhaps an environmental, but they're seeing a reason which they're changing to heat pumps and the like away from fossil gas? Is that through you to through the chair to Dr. Lukasik? Is that what is occurring out there?
Through the chair, definitely. I think there's an awareness, and I think people are also coming to see that some of those alternative options like cold climate air source heat pumps, for instance, are very viable options and over the long term are more affordable. So people are looking to do the right thing and also tapping into supports, and I'll point to our Better Homes Hamilton home energy retrofit program as one example. Lots of community interest in that opportunity, and the realization with accurate information, because there is a lot of misinformation out there, to help people that understand that these alternative options, the low, no carbon options, are indeed more economically affordable too. And come with other benefits, I would say, co-benefits in terms of healthier indoor air quality. You know, there's a whole host of benefits that come with that shift.
Thank you. So I didn't want to frame this myself. So what I've heard is that there is a
a desire and a move within the marketplace for residents to shift to something for economic reasons, cost reasons, and environmental reasons. They want to shift to a different infrastructure, but the province is inserting itself in a free market system in order to further sustain and subsidize a type of fossil energy that the marketplace seemingly is wanting to move away from. Is that, again, just so I'm understanding through the chair?
Through the chair, I can tell you, if you want indications of market shifts, I know south of the border in the United States of America, the sale of air source heat pumps has already surpassed the sale of traditional fossil fuel powered heating systems for homes. So there's one strong market indicator there that we've seen that shift happen. I think the other interesting thing, and I'm going to tell you, I've just started to work my way through this report, but the Ontario government's own electrification and energy transition panel, in a report that they've released called Ontario's Clean Energy Opportunity, have also acknowledged that there's a need to make the kinds of shifts that the OEB has gone ahead and started to initiate. So it's, I think, fair to say the writing is on the wall that there's an energy transition unfolding. You know, independent entities like the Ontario Energy Board are seeing that. The transition panel that this government itself has set up is acknowledging that in their recommendations back to government. So I think the combination of all of those things, including the economic benefits, are definitely, you know, there are market signals there to say that this is where we need to be going, and this is what we need to be laying the groundwork to be able to support.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment for me. I always find it a real head scratcher where governments that purport to believe in the marketplace and the market to respond accurately and efficiently to consumer demand continually seeks to suppress and manipulate that market by subsidizing antiquated options and supply that more and more people are not wanting. And I always believe there has always been, there will always be a marriage between finance and environment that for some reason governments that purport to be interested in alleviating burden on taxpayers just don't want to get behind. So it's puzzling. Very supportive of the recommendation. I thank the director for doing this work, and of course to yourself for the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. If you just take the chair for a moment. Just want to thank Dr. Lukasik for the work here, the support in that motion that's been referenced, and the work on this report and submission. And just a quick comment, it is really puzzling, as you said, Councillor Wilson, that for, you know, a government that has faith in the market won't allow the market to do its thing, overturning a decision which has so many positive benefits to stick with the way things have been done before. When we know better, we need to do better, and we know much better than we have in the past, so very, very frustrating. And not only is it just overturning a decision, there's elements in what the government is doing now to take the Ontario Energy Board, an independent body, and reducing their mandate and what they can do in the interest of Ontarians. So of the two things here, that one is actually the most disturbing because it has implications to future decisions, as much as the in the moment is very, very disappointing. So very supportive of the submission, and thank you again. I'll take the chair back. Seeing no further speakers, we have a mover and seconder. We will go to the vote. And that carries 8-0. Moving on to 11.2, Rental Housing Licensing Pilot Program Update. That's report PED 21097E in wards 1, 8, and part of 14. Could I have a mover and seconder to put that on the floor, please? Councillor Wang, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Is there any discussion? Not seeing any. Okay, we will go to the vote to receive the report. That carries 8-0. That brings us to 11.3, Demolition Control Area Bylaw Process, Report PED 24075, citywide. Can I have a mover and seconder to put that on the floor, please? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Wang. Any discussion? Councillor Kretsch, please, go ahead.
Thanks. I think I instigated this report, so I'd like to speak to it briefly. I appreciate an outline of the process that we have right now and how that works. I think we're still missing a vital piece here, and I know that this came about because a couple councillors brought forward some demolition motions, and we said, well, it'd be good to have a staff report along with those motions for demolition. Just want to flag that I'll be bringing a motion to the April 30th committee meeting of planning on that, specifically working with Director Shaw, folks in legal staff, to make sure that we have the right language for that. It's a little awkward. It's almost akin to saying, well, councillors can't bring a motion on the floor. It's not quite that direct, but it's similar to that by saying, well, we're going to have to wait to bring that motion forward once we've got a staff report along with it. And the reason why this is important is because, sure, there are building code considerations already that the building department looks at. They say, is the building unsafe? Is the building have problems with respect to the building code? And there are heritage things that the heritage folks look at as well, right? So there's a scope of work is being done here. But as councillors, we'll hear from the community saying, I still think this building's unsafe. There are other social things that are going on here, other things outside of the building code and heritage that make it unsafe. So other staff may need to weigh in and say, okay, yeah, we do think that there are other problems there. But having that professional advice from our staff when we're making these decisions just makes it easier for all of us. Because it's a little bit weird for any of us to be going, I think that building's unsafe, let's tear it down, without having that qualified professional opinion to go along with it. Sure, objectively, we can see that that's an issue, right? But I think that's our job here, is to try and consider those decisions in the context of staff. Not bringing that forward today on April 30th. So just want to say thanks for this information, because that's what's leading us in this direction.
Thank you for that, Councillor Kretsch. Not seeing any further speakers. It has been moved and seconded, so we'll vote to receive. That carries 8-0. Thank you. Moving on to 11.4, 455 King Street East and 457 to 459 King Street East, demolition and administrative updates to bylaw 23-162, a bylaw to prescribe standards for maintenance and occupancy of property, PED 24048 in Ward 3. So this is moved by Councillor Nan to put on the floor. Seconder? Is she there? We'll just give a moment for the ward councillor to join. Hello, Councillor Nan. So we're just on 11.4. So I'm looking for a mover and seconder to put on the floor. So moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Wang. Is there a discussion? Councillor Nan, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Kassar, and bear with me. I'm contending with a pretty serious cold here. So first of all, just thank you to staff for the report. I do have a couple of comments just to contextualize the situation in case any of my colleagues don't know the details on this report, as well as some questions for staff. And if I could, Chair, just it's going to take me a little longer than usual to speak. Got to breathe a little more slowly. So I'll do my best to be within 5 minutes, but I do beg your indulgence a little bit. So for council colleagues and those who may be watching in August of 2022, the facade at 455 King Street East and from 457 to 459 King Street East fell off of the front of the building and led to the city having to structurally scaffold the building from falling completely apart due to some of the existing property's maintenance issues and negligence that caused the facade issue to happen in the first place. City Housing Services also supported connecting tenants to housing supports. And since then, an entire lane of traffic has been closed, the sidewalk has been closed, waste has been gathering, illegal dumping has been occurring on the property line and adjacent, spilling over onto our sidewalk and roadway, and criminal activity, including violent crimes, have occurred on this site. In short, committee members, this site has been a blight on the neighborhood, and it's absolutely stripped away community pride and a sense of safety. And all while a brand new elementary school was opening its doors across the street. Children and families have lost an active and safe school route. Neighboring businesses have been negatively impacted for nearly 2 years. And through the Ward 3 office, we've been submitting a steady stream of inquiries and complaints about all of the above and requested numerous updates from both building and MLE about what options the city has to enforce and expedite compliance. I appreciate that the family that owns the property faced some unforeseen challenges, and I also appreciate that city staff have been generous with them in that process. However, as stated in the report, non-compliance with property standard orders issued by MLE expired last year in August, and the existing building is vacant. It's in a state of extreme disrepair and continues to deteriorate in its current condition. I support staff's recommendation to demo the building and honestly can't wait any longer for real action. I do have a couple of questions, so if I could, through you, Chair, should my fellow committee members also agree with staff's recommendation, could I get a response on what the timeline would be for demo?
Thank you, Councillor. Go ahead.
Through the chair. So the next steps here, should the report be approved, would be staff would have to secure a contractor for the work that would take place. We'd also have engaged with conversation with our building partners so that they are aware that potential building permits would need to be secured for the demolition and shutoffs and things like that. We've been provided information that those could be set as a priority for when the contractor is selected. But we do anticipate this can be a fairly quick process. I wouldn't say it would be done within the next 2 weeks, but it can certainly be done in the next couple months.
Okay, so feasibly within the start of summer?
That, through the chair, that would be a date that would sound sufficient.
Okay, and if I could, through you, Chair, the report speaks to the city being able to recuperate the funds that it's going to cost us to demo it by putting the funds onto the tax roll. Could you speak a little bit more about how the city guarantees payback in this kind of situation?
Through the chair, so you're correct. The work that would be undertaken would be applied to the property tax roll, and as part of the responsibility of that property owner, those costs would be required to be paid in line with their property taxes. So we will be able to recover the costs of the work.
Okay, thank you. And generally speaking, if I could, through you, Chair, if we could just get like a general lay of the land and get an explanation from staff about, you know, one of the biggest concern expressed, aside from the individual issues that were addressed earlier, both inside the report and in my preamble, is that it's taken nearly 2 years from residents' perspective for us to get to this place of resolution. What assurances can we offer our residents that situations like this can be dealt with expediently, and recognizing that the owner has been out of compliance since August last year, and the facade fell down in August 2022, and now we're looking at, you know, early summer that we'll be able to demo the site that has had this kind of negative impact. You can imagine there's been a lot of perception in the community that should it have been a different portion of the community, that if it was in a different postal code, that it would not have taken this long. So I have to make those questions public because I've been asked them quite repeatedly by community members. And if I could, through you, Chair, get a response from staff.
Of course.
Through the chair. So for any property that we have a violation at, obviously safety is paramount. Seeking compliance is also one of the goals of our team's work. For each instance that we do enforcement, inspections, and work with our internal partners, we are trying to learn from every incident that takes place and the processes that we implement. However, our staff is dedicated to ensure the safety of the public, but also follow legislative requirements, processes, timelines, which include opportunity for orders, further enforcement as such. And staff do work as quickly as we can to remediate these issues while working with property owners in order, as I stated earlier, to gain compliance.
So thank you for that response and appreciating some of those limitations. But August last year is when the property was out of compliance. Like that's when the compliance order expired, and now we're at April. Just wondering the timeline of bringing this request and staff recommendation is several months.
Through the chair, I mean, there's a number of processes that need to follow after non-compliance. We were continuing to work with the property owner in order to see compliance, look for opportunity. We were engaging with our legal partners as well to determine what the next best steps are, as we had a couple options of repair or demolition, looking at all of the internal factors, also speaking with Hamilton Police Service based on their concerns of the property. The full review did take a little bit of time to come to this conclusion. And beyond that, I would say staff did work as quickly as possible, understanding the risk, public safety risk with the sidewalk closure, the lane closure, in order to come up with the best solution moving forward.
Okay, I do appreciate that, and I hope that my questions didn't feel unfair to staff. I just felt obligated, Chair, to be able to be fully transparent with the public that's been reaching out to the Ward 3 office pretty consistently on this specific site. And in closing, Chair, it's my hope that committee colleagues can appreciate on behalf of Ward 3 residents that this action that staff are recommending is necessary. Costs will be recovered. It's not that it's going to be additional cost onto the municipality. In fact, by not taking this action, it does end up incurring more cost as it relates to both crime response work as well as constant renting of the fencing that is currently keeping the sidewalk inaccessible to all of the neighbors who live there. This benefit of response not only is for Ward 3 residents, but also for many Hamiltonians and visitors of the city who pass by this eyesore every single day. So thank you in support of staff's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Next on the speakers list, Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. My question's about this at a higher level because Ward 2 is no stranger to similar situations. My question really is around your comments about gaining compliance. And I'll be honest, I've heard these comments over a number of years now. And although it's nice, I admit that we want to gain compliance from the property owner to do these kinds of things. We do have a measure that we can take to go past that. But it seems like a balancing act is going on here. And I think I'd like to dig into that a little bit if we have a minute to do so. That we're spending a lot of time, in my view, trying to gain compliance. And I understand that there are reasons why we might wish to do so, because a cooperative and a collaborative way of dealing with this would be nice. But we're already at the place by the time we're trying to gain compliance later on, where that's not the vibe, like that's not what's happening at all here. So I guess I want to ask you, what are the inherent risks to the city by just passing more quickly by this gain compliance stage and getting right to the fact that we charge them back for these services? Because I think sometimes that runway, from my perspective sitting here, ought to be a lot shorter than it is.
Through the chair, I mean, the best way I feel I can answer that question is that past practice, best practice, and ultimately what the objective is for the property and the municipality, depending on the specific situation, is to seek compliance with the bylaw in order to remediate the problem in the quickest way we can. Specifically about timelines, there are opportunities that we can move forward with enforcement more quickly. Enforcement's a tool that we use. It's not necessarily the only option that we have. We're trying to also provide good customer service, good service to all the complainants and the property owners in order to do so. So all of that is weighed in each specific situation, and our team is trying to take the best approach in order to remediate the action.
If I could partly translate what you said, if it's okay, to a little bit broader scope. What you're saying is there's a preoccupation with trying to provide customer service to the property owner to some extent, and that preoccupation with trying to provide them customer service allows us to perhaps not act as quickly as we might otherwise do if our preoccupation was not that, in any way, shape, or form.
Through the chair, we do recognize customer service is important, right? It's not the only thing that's important. The public safety is also important, and understanding that we have an objective to meet the guidelines of the bylaw and enforce the bylaw is also part of the consideration that we put forward in enforcing or following up on any complaint that we have. But it is an aspect that guides some of the procedures and principles that we have, but it is not the only part of an enforcement action that we rely on. I hope I understood your question.
You have, and I think what I'll say as a final comment on this, and I'm happy to work with Councillor Nan perhaps on a motion or some kind of direction or discussion about this. We can meet and get into it a little bit more. We're at a time right now when the precarity for the people in the public, especially tenants, other kinds of individuals in these situations, is way more, not to say the same words twice, but it's way more precarious for those individuals than it has perhaps been in the past. And personally, and as the person who represents folks in Ward 2, I do think we should have a higher preoccupation with that than customer service and about trying to get compliance in situations where we know, because we've had to issue orders and we've had to negotiate with folks, they have no intention of complying, besides perhaps some nice statements or some promises to do things. When we get to the point when we have to issue that order and it's getting to a very serious situation for people in public safety, that we can act faster. So I'll follow up with you about that, because I think this has come up a few times in this term of council and several times in the last term of council, but I think we do have a responsibility to the public to take that public safety weighting of that much higher than we are now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further speakers, thank you, Acting Director Smith, for that. It has been moved and seconded. We'll go to the vote to approve the recommendations in the report. That carries unanimously 9-0. Thank you, everybody. Moving on to 11.5, request for direction to proceed with appeal of Committee of Adjustment decision to approve consent application FLB 2382 and minor variance application FLA 23312 for lands located at 764 Valins Road in Flamborough. It's report PED 24034 in Ward 13. We do have a staff presentation. Would committee like to see the presentation? No? Yes? Yes, okay, I'm seeing some nods. So we have David Bonaventura to give the presentation. Welcome, David. All right, go ahead.
Well, I was originally going to say good morning, but good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee, and not high enough. Thank you. Today I'll be discussing technical difficulty.
Just a technical difficulty. Just give us a moment. There we go.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, today I'll be discussing the request for direction with regard to appeal of Committee of Adjustment decision for consent applications FLB 2382 and minor variance application FLA 23312 for lands located at 764 Valin Road. So this slide is just showing a overview of the entire subject land as it currently exists with the this is roughly where the existing dwelling is that was merged in 2006 with the farm parcel. In terms of the surrounding area to the west is large. So along Valin Road tends to be a mix of smaller residential lots, such as what previously existed, and also larger agricultural lots, such as the subject lands. And some have more vegetated areas, such as to the west, on the west side of Valin Road. The area is bound by Concession Road 5 west to the north and Concession Road 4 west to the south. Highway 8 is also just to the south as well. The subject lands themselves, I want to back it a little bit. The purpose of the consent application was to reestablish the two parcels that had previously existed before the inadvertent merger in 2005 as a result of consent application FLB 05231. The minor variances that was associated with the consent application was related to the minimum lot area for both the residential parcel and the farm parcel. The required areas being 1 acre or 0.4 hectares and 40.4 hectares or 100 acres for the residential and farm parcels respectively. And also there is a accessory structure on the farm parcel that required a reduced side yard setback of 13 meters instead of 15. The files were heard at the Committee of Adjustment hearing on January 18th, 2024. The committee then approved both applications with no conditions that were recommended by staff. In terms of dimensions, the subject lands altogether are approximately 26.45 hectares in size, in lot area rather. And the frontage is approximately 518 meters. The proposed severance would have roughly 26.2 hectares for the farm parcel. Wrong button, sorry. And the roughly a quarter of a hectare for the residential parcel, with roughly 460 meters of frontage for the farm parcel and roughly 50 meters for the farm residential parcel. The subject lands are designated rural under the Rural Hamilton Official Plan, and there are also some natural heritage or core areas towards the northwestern corner of the property. But at the time of the applications, natural heritage staff expressed no concerns as the area of the applications was significantly far enough away from the core areas. In terms of lot creation, the Rural Hamilton Official Plan doesn't have any policies that speak to inadvertent mergers. So as has been mentioned by staff in previous similar cases, we review these applications through the policies for creating new lots. And in the rural area, there are only two cases or two circumstances where lot creation for residential purposes is permitted. One of which is in the case of a surplus farm dwelling severance as a result of a farm consolidation, or if the subject lands are within a designated rural settlement area such as Rockton or Sheffield or Carlisle, etc. Staff note that the subject lands are neither within a rural settlement area nor are they, where was the application made under the premise of a farm consolidation which resulted in a surplus farm severance. And based upon the policies mentioned before, it was determined that the proposed severance did not meet the policies to create a new lot within the Rural Hamilton official plan, and staff recommended that the application be denied. In addition to development planning comments, source water protection staff had also provided comments which, in summary, they did not support the application, as well as they were concerned about the total area of the proposed lot, which was 0.25 hectares. Source protection planning staff had provided comments that indicated the minimum supportable lot area would be roughly 0.55 hectares, which they had come to, it was based on the average flow of a 3-bedroom house and the local geology. And they also requested that this size be supported by a scope hydrogeological report. And moving forward, this photo is a photo of the existing dwelling on the subject lands at 764 Valins Road. This is the accessory structure that exists on the farm parcel. This is looking north on Valins Road towards Concession Road 5. This is looking towards south towards Concession Road 4. And this is directly across the street on Valins Road. I believe it's 765 Valins Road. And in summary, staff's opinion on the decision, in summary, staff's recommendation for the consent and application, or consent and minor variance applications for this file were to deny the application based on the fact that it did not comply with the Rural Hamilton official plan policies, nor did it have sufficient regard for Section 51, Subsection 24, and Section 45, Subsection 1 of the Planning Act. Thank you. If you have any questions, I am available to answer.
Thank you, David. We do have one speaker on the list, Councillor Alex Wilson. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. I'm just wondering if we're able to start, though, with just some of the photos that were in the presentation. Just trying to understand. So there's the merged lots unintentionally. Are there multiple residential buildings that are attempting to be separated out on this site today? Or that's, I think, so maybe I'll start there, yeah.
From what I am aware of, from both a site visit and everything I had seen through when I was reviewing the application originally, I don't believe there is a second home on the subject lands. I believe the only existing home is the dwelling that's was constructed in 1986 and 1987 that had been mentioned this morning, the one that they are seeking to sever. And the only other structure that I am aware of is the accessory structure for the farm.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get a list of what the concerns are and kind of a ranking of some of their seriousness of that. So issue one is just, you can't create new lots here, and we would call this a new lot. So that's pretty stop it, go, cannot proceed. But then planning staff kept going and said, but hypothetically, that wasn't a concern. We have some other questions at the site. So I'm going to kind of maybe seek confirmation that that's kind of the first task or the first concern that planning staff had was there's really no mechanism to do this under this. Is that correct? And maybe just a bit of an explanation, why can't we create new lots, or what's happening that we can't do that?
So generally speaking, there isn't a mechanism that addresses situations such as this. It's possible that they could have applied under a farm consolidation if something like that had happened, and that would have different tests. But even as you had mentioned earlier, even if we look past the policies don't support lot creation in that area in the current proposal, there are still concerns regarding both in terms of the official plan and the zoning, the proposed lots are undersized, both in terms of economic viability of the farm, but probably if I had to rank the two, I would imagine the concerns regarding the private wastewater and potential impacts on neighboring lands from a health perspective are a significant concern.
Thank you. And again, just kind of, oh, sorry.
Sorry, through the chair, I just want to clarify a couple items. So to your point, from a policy perspective, oh, sorry, Jennifer Caterino, Area Planning Manager, just to supplement David's answer. The rural Hamilton official plan, as David mentioned in his presentation, only permits 2 ways to sever a residential property in the rural area, and one is through a surplus farm dwelling, so through a farm consolidation, and the second is through a severance in the rural settlement areas. So the way the application was submitted for us to review, there was no farm consolidation. And to David's point, there was only 1 house on the existing farm. So that was our number 1 concern. Supplement concerns did arise through the circulation, and David mentioned that through source water protection. So since the original severance happened in 1986, I believe we heard this morning from the delegation, policies have changed. We do consider other things now when we are looking at it from a source water protection lens. So lot sizes may need to increase to address those types of concerns for private servicing. So those would be our 2 main concerns. In addition to the fact that if this house was severed from the property, we would now have an accessory structure left on the farm without having a primary use. So there is that concern also. So I guess there would be 3 main concerns from planning staff.
Thank you. And I think just having that out there is helpful. I am trying to just go a little, trying to go upstream a little bit in these questions, and just from a systems navigation perspective, we know that there's been many lots that have been merged together, whether knowingly or not, or people try and do something on their lot, and then this comes up. This is, I think, our 3rd one in as many months that has come to this committee. So I'm just trying to understand from an applicant's perspective, reaching out, navigating navigating committee of adjustment. We don't have a say over that here. How people access that space and what decisions happen there. Do we, I guess, is there a policy gap that exists that not specific to this application, but understanding this kind of issue as we're looking at farm severances, these mergers that have happened over the years? I don't think this is going to be our last application in this term of planning committee. And so I guess maybe just a reflection point from a customer service perspective. People are navigating the process. They're going with one perspective. They're coming to planning committee. The city's appealing the decision they got at COA. The other 2 decisions that we have appealed that I'm thinking of recently, we've continued that appeal. Is there a better way to be handling this, or just I'm super receptive to the fact that we need a watershed that is healthy. And part of how we have a watershed that's healthy is we ensure that our lots are large enough for the types of systems going in them. I'm not trying to argue that point here. I am just trying to understand how, as we attempt to protect our various considerations, our municipal interests, the community for the future, is this also a process that's navigable for folks navigating this? And I'm just wondering if there's a comment from staff about what's working well, maybe where there are areas, or is this just such a small, narrow thing that's maybe lower on the review list? I'm just trying to understand as a city, how are we thinking about this?
Good question.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor. So the province has recognized that these scenarios have happened and caused hardship on property owners and individuals across Ontario. And a couple of years ago, they passed, it was part of, I think it was Bill 51, when they updated some of the legislation around severances and consents, they put in a principle that a consent is a consent forever, so that these inadvertent merging in title would no longer happen, but only on a go-forward basis. So as a result of input from the real estate lawyers group, the province did do that legislation. So we won't have this situation happening anymore where, a spouse dies, the properties are put in the same name inadvertently, and then they realize that they've merged on title. That will no longer happen, or it's the legislation was changed to avoid that situation from happening. With the Greenbelt plan does not never contemplated these scenarios, so that is, you are correct, there is a degree of a policy vacuum where it was never contemplated to allow undoing these inadvertent merging in title. And in the past, when these applications have come forward, we've indicated that, well, the official plan and the Greenbelt plan don't allow for this type of severance. There are unique situations that the Committee of Adjustment may take into consideration in their decision as to whether or not to grant the severance. And there have been situations in the past where the committee has approved the severance. But what's different here is the committee did not impose any of the conditions that staff had identified. And those conditions generally are to protect, basic health and safety, dealing with water, groundwater, as also previously indicated, to ensure zoning conformity, et cetera, et cetera. Partially for the reason that the committee did not impose any conditions that would be normally attached to a consent anywhere in this rural area of Hamilton, staff felt that this matter had to be appealed. There is still an opportunity to meet with the property owners, negotiate revisions to the consent, and if they're agreeable to those conditions, then when a settlement can be developed and brought forward to the OLT to allow the severance to go forward, subject to the necessary consent provisions, and then the owner will have 2 years from that time to fulfill those consent conditions. We're not trying to be overly onerous or bureaucratic, but we are dealing with basic health and safety issues, often in the rural area. Groundwater is an important consideration, ensuring septic systems are functioning properly, and to avoid any problems down the road, you don't want to have a situation where you have a zoning conflict that may come back and be problematic should they decide to come in for a building addition, sell the property, et cetera, et cetera. So given that thinking, that's why staff have recommended or appealed the severance, came forward to get direction, but you will note in the alternatives consideration, we can work with the applicant and see if we can reach a resolution in terms of what conditions should be imposed that are normal consent conditions in the rural area. If the applicant is not agreeable, then they can proceed with the appeal, or alternatively, staff can report back if we're not possible to reach an agreement. We can come in camera, and then committee and council can make a determination as to whether or not to continue requiring those conditions to be imposed, or alternatively to waive that requirement. But that would be after having an opportunity to have further discussions with the property owner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, really appreciate that answer. I'll just share that. Yes, I am frustrated with how Committee of Adjustment chose to make that decision. I think it puts us all in a worse place by not protecting those legal interests, those zoning interests. And so I think that's unfortunate. However, we got to try and get our way out of this and move forward. And so appreciating that, does staff, based on that process, if there was a direction to appeal and conversations going forward, does there need to be secondary direction to negotiate a settlement, or is that within staff's delegated authority that once that is happened? I'm wondering how much back and forth, how many closed sessions, or is it implicit in the appeal that settlement and conversations to settlement are part of any decision to appeal, not this specific application, but just in general, staff, when there's an appeal, settlement's always on the table?
Through the chair to the councillor, staff would not need direction on that. That would be part of our normal process through a tribunal appeal.
Okay, thank you. Not a question, but if I could just make a quick comment, Chair. I think when we have these types of concerns and we're working with areas that have been grandfathered in and grandfathered in and grandfathered in throughout so many different policies, there's equity considerations here, and we're not going to be able to clean up these bigger upstream issues here on this file. Just for a quick moment, I want to talk about there's a reason that we have very few women leading farms and family farms passed from women. It's because, couldn't have a bank account in even 60s, 70s. There's so many reasons that have meant that how farms get passed on, who is in charge, is depending on who is alive, what were those circumstances, the gender of the individuals, and that's all having an ongoing impact today. And it's great that on a go-forward basis, we've solved this unintentional merger issue, but that doesn't close the hole of all of these mergers that happened. And again, I can't speak to any of the specific situations, but we know that, maybe many today would say, but Ontario's not always been a fair place. And so those decisions were also made in in context that we may now look back on and say, well, that was a sexist context, or that was a different context. And it's had this impact. When I think about some of the reasons or the rationales that we have these policies in place to protect farmland, the viability of agriculture in the future, I'm receptive to a smaller farm being able to be passed on to future generations, and that actually furthers the rural planning, and I'm happy for flexibility there. I'm receptive when we're talking about how, oops, in order to deal with this already very, in violation or this grandfathered in situation that's non-compliant, we'll have a stranded building. We have some form of particularity on these sites. So I think those are things I'm okay with, just as an individual around this committee. I think it's harder for me when it comes to issues of health and safety, the water safety, and this is really unfortunate that this was done without conditions, because those are the ways that we ensure that the groundwater stays drinkable, not just for this applicant, but for those nearby, for future generations, not just today, not just tomorrow. And so I think it's unfortunate. I may have a couple questions later, a couple comments later, but that's just initial thanks. Thank you. I know there's others on the speakers list.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor McMeekin next, and then Councillor Beattie.
Yes, thanks, Chair. These are tricky situations. The changing governments, changing rules, OFA changing their own reflective comments and ideology around things, migrant housing, a lot of things are happening in the agricultural community that, to be blunt, weren't anticipated 20 years ago, but and some of the things that happened 20 years ago are now having an impact, which was also not intended. We weren't out to hurt anybody. Mergers without consent or knowledge weren't, looking back, we wouldn't want to see that happen and create the problems. So I'm notwithstanding the planning issues that have been noted, there was a pretty unique presentation made this morning that tugged at a lot of not just policy issues, but hard issues as well. And I'm wondering, the Committee of Adjustment, I don't think they set out to deliberately be at odds with planners. They usually have a pretty good idea of what they're doing or what they want to do. And there was some reference to some of the real estate professionals' comments this morning at the presentation. So, and I don't know if you can speculate on this, but why would the Committee of Adjustment, given the planning issues that you've outlined, they must have felt pretty strongly about this case to recommend? Can you speculate even on that? Why they would do that?
Through the chair, if I had to speculate, I would imagine that they probably want to be supportive of the farming community. At least in the previous committee, I heard that sentiment more than once, and it's a positive and noble sentiment. But if that is what was the driving force behind this particular decision, I could not say.
Well, I want to be supportive of the farming community. Anybody here who doesn't want to be supportive of the farming community? It's tough. I'm going to side with the presenters this morning and vote not to proceed with an appeal. I think the case was made. The Committee of Adjustment looked at it. It's tough. I do that without prejudice. I appreciate all the good planning work that we do together. But I've also been there, done that with some pretty strange agricultural situations over the years, both as the old mayor of Flamborough and also in some other capacities. So I think we want to recognize, I want to recognize the uniqueness. One-off, maybe this happens a couple times, but we should be open enough to handle that. And I'm trying to be gracious and humble at the same time. So that's where I'm going to stand on it. I'm going to support the Committee of Adjustment and not support the planning report. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. We have a few more speakers on the list, so let's just get through questions of clarification on the presentation, let David sit down, and then we'll get to the report itself. So we have Councillor Beattie, then Councillor M. Wilson, and Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Beattie, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. My question is around the septic system on site. This is a home built in 1986. The presumption, of course, being that the septic system has been in existence for that long. And I know that the regulations have changed some since the construction of this system. But I'm trying to wrap my head around from a functionality standpoint, if functionality is a word, at 0.25 hectare or 0.4 hectare or 0.55 hectare, the system's already there and it's already presumably functioning. And I'm curious, trying to understand why the nature of the concern that staff is raising. Is it based purely on a legislative or bylaw or policy-driven angle, or are there real concerns that suddenly by drawing this arbitrary line, which doesn't really change anything under the ground, it's just the above-ground line, if there's a real concern from that functional standpoint, or if this is all just based on a policy standpoint? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, as someone in development planning, I can't speak to the more technical nature of that. But in terms of reviewing it through a policy lens, through planning policies, that is one of our main concerns is while the property line is not corporeal, it does affect going forward, such as I think Jen might have mentioned this earlier when she was providing some further clarification. It's possible that they might come for maybe an addition later on, or if there might not be sufficient area on the lot for a replacement septic system. But I should not comment on that. I don't know. So I apologize. I can't properly answer your question myself.
Well, Manager Caterina would like to add.
Through the chair, just to supplement David's answer, Chapter C of our rural official plan contains policies regarding source water protection. And so our source water protection team utilizes those policies when they're evaluating the size of a lot. So regardless of the existing septic system being there, they look at the potential for a lot size to accommodate an existing system and a replacement system, and they look at the soil type. So when they're looking at the potential size that a lot is required to be to accommodate the existing system and a replacement system, they're looking at more than what would have been approved previously, because they're looking at today's requirements and today's standards for a septic system. And so in the city of Hamilton utilizes the requirements for a conventional system when they're evaluating the size of properties, if that answers your question.
Councillor?
I think so, Chair, through you. It sounds like it's more policy driven, because from a functional standpoint, if severed, the bulk of the system is contained on a parcel that is deemed to be too small, but still it is adjacent to the property that's owned by the same family, conceivably. The water's still going to move the same way regardless of what the line above it looks like, and it's been functioning for 40 years plus at that level. Minus 40 years. My math is not so good this afternoon. I think that answered my question. No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
My questions are on the report.
Okay. So seeing no further speakers on the presentation, I'd like a mover and seconder to receive. Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Beattie to receive the presentation. We'll get the vote up. Thank you, David. That carries unanimously. And now mover and seconder, please, to put the report on the floor. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Beattie. Is there a discussion? No, not Councillor Beattie. Councillor Kretsch. 5-second rule. Okay. Any speakers, please? Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson.
Do you want to go first? I'm going to be brief. I just want to make a comment, and then people can ask questions or other comments they have. One thing that stood out to me from the staff report was a really clear sentence that said, this did not meet the 4 tests to be a minor variance. In that we can't possibly uphold the Committee of Adjustments decision on this, in my opinion. They ought to have made sure that it met the 4 tests before they evaluated it. And if it didn't meet the 4 tests, they shouldn't have evaluated it. There are all kinds of other planning tools and mechanisms to have this conversation. Didn't have to be at the Committee of Adjustment. Secondly, everyone seems to be saying the right thing here, which is that an appeal process involves a settlement at some point or some discussions with people and a chance to sit down and work it out. An appeal doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be a hearing. Might not even get to a case management conference, right? We may be able to settle this situation before that, and everyone seems like they're willing to do so. But just simply accepting the Committee of Adjustments decision would put everybody in a wrong way. This settlement process allows people to square these things that are right and wrong, and I think won't have the kinds of cost implications that the folks who are worried about here of going to hire all these different experts and going to an appeal and so on. So that's my hope for this. I think everyone seems like they're on that path, and so I'll be voting to support this.
Thank you. Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch kind of went to where I was hoping to land, get more information. And further to Councillor McMeekins, I think it should be an obvious that I think we're all in support of the farming community. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken the past positions that we have. But what I was trying to understand was, I can't, of course, find it now, but the sentence or the reference in the report that says, to Councillor Kretsch's point, that this should have actually not been submitted to a Committee of Adjustment because it doesn't meet that which is minor. And it would have taken something else, and it should have been received here at the Planning Committee. Through you, Chair, if I could just ask staff to provide some context to that part in the report.
Sure, and that is the bottom paragraph on page 5 for reference.
Thank you.
But we'll look to staff to respond. Just conferring on the bench. Go ahead.
So through the chair to Councillor, in summary, the reason why the minor variances didn't meet the 4 tests were, the 4 tests are, does it uphold the intent of does it meet the intent of the official plan, the zoning bylaw, are the variances minor in nature, and is it desirable and appropriate for the development of the land use, et cetera. At the time of review, I did not feel that the minor variances, particularly the lot area variances for the retained and severed lands, they weren't upholding the intent of either the Rural Hamilton official plan or the zoning bylaw, as those minimum sizes are there for a number of reasons. For example, for the private servicing requirements for the residential lots, for the septic systems, and for a minimum size to ensure economic viability of farm operations. And subsequently, we also felt that based on the fact that they did not uphold the intent of either official plan policies or the zoning bylaw, they were not considered minor in nature, nor were they desirable or appropriate for the land.
Thank you for that, Councillor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And it is perplexing then why the Committee of Adjustment would then opine and rule on it if it was advised that it's not minor. And it doesn't meet the 4 tests as an application in its full form. May I ask through the chair to staff to opine on the conditions and whether you're able to share with us what the committee said or did or thought on those conditions?
Through the chair to the councillor.
Or the conditions in general, if you could opine.
So the conditions that were recommended by various sections of staff were, for example, probably some of the more relevant conditions were, condition number 4 was that the owner shall comply with Ontario Building Code requirements regarding spatial separation distances of any structures, or probably the most relevant in terms of health concerns was condition number 7, that the owner shall submit survey evidence from a BCIN qualified designer, Part 8 sewage system, or professional engineer that the existing septic system complies with the clearance requirements of Part 8 of the Ontario Building Code for land severed or retained to the satisfaction of planning and economic development. So there were various conditions. Some were effectively boilerplate, like submission of a reference plan and making sure your taxes aren't in arrear, but the conditions that would have been most impactful would have been conditions such as condition 7 that required essentially proof that the existing septic system would not pose any public health problems and it would meet Ontario Building Code.
Councillor?
Thank you. And from a process perspective, can you help educate me on what the Committee of Adjustment did in relation to thinking about those conditions and applying them in their decision through the chair?
Yeah, do we have a sense of that?
Through the chair, the committee, I believe their intent was ultimately to revert it back to the original state. And this is more speculation, but I believe the intent was because in the committee's opinion that it was just reverting what was a pre-existing state, that they likely didn't have any concerns as such, and I believe that's why they might have removed the conditions.
Councillor?
Thank you, bless you. So they may not have had concerns, but certainly the concerns were raised, and those concerns could have been addressed had the conditions been attached. There's one thing about personal opinions that it's not a concern. There's other things about providing the evidence to show it's not a concern. So I'm, I think, going to have to uphold the direction and the recommendation set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Comment, I'd start by thanking staff for being here, and I don't have any ill feelings towards staff. I don't blame staff for bringing this forward. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, and so, you know, we can't get mad if you're doing what you're supposed to do. I think the unfortunate part is that this family has been trapped into a flawed system without their knowledge, and I only know about this because I've seen other examples that have taken place. And it's so flawed, in fact, that I think reference was made this morning that the entire process has been changed to avoid things like this ever happening again. I know folks that this has happened to. It's an expensive, arduous, drawn-out process to get a merged property unmerged. It's very cumbersome. But that's what we have a body such as the COA and even this planning committee to examine and adjudicate on, these outliers. I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the human element in this. And it's the human element in this case is the family and family farm. And it's also the human element that, for whatever reason, lost line of sight of the fact that these two properties were going to become merged. And then unknowingly, now they have to deal with this. And it's also the human element, and that the everyday non-professional community member who in my view was going to really struggle at a process like the OLT. And even within some of our own city processes, they're not easy to navigate. And so being aware of that, that human element, I think is really important. So I'm going to join Councillor McMeekin in supporting the family farm on this and go against the decision of staff.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, just briefly, and I want to join Councillor Beattie to say no hard will with the planning staff there. Right? Incredible what they do and some of the complex challenges that they have to face. I mean, it's, I wouldn't want to trade places, although since we're in the same place, because we're called upon to make these tough decisions as well. There was some reference, just recalling from conversation about policy vacuums. I think we clearly have that here, at least. And also the issue of not just unique situations, but options other than the Committee of Adjustment. And I'm wondering, I even hesitate to ask, but I'm going to ask, you know, were the proponents were out this morning informed that there were other ways they could go and other things they could do and other help they could get from our planners to hopefully adjudicate and find a way forward? Was that part of the process? That's my question.
Through your chair, at this point with the appeal, if the appeal were to go forward at this point, the discussions would happen through the through the solicitor for the city.
My question was, were they advised of some other options? Or are they operating in a policy vacuum, relative vacuum in terms of trying
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the policy framework is sort of binary. It's yes or no, pass or fail. You sort of, and that's why I suggested that in other situations like this, we've indicated in our comments, this is an unintended situation, and should the committee see fit to approve the application, we would suggest that they attach the standard conditions that we would impose on any rural severance. The issue, as I indicated here, the primary issue is that the committee did not impose those standard conditions, but we would be prepared to work with the applicants to find a resolution. I heard the comments about the septic system. We've had those situations where it may make, ironically, the lot may have to be a little bit larger, but we could negotiate if the lot needed to increase by, say, 1,000 square feet. We could do a revised, amend the application to make it larger to address the septic system. There's been other situations where we've acquired on the adjacent lands that they own, they do a septic easement to allow for solution to pollution is dilution. So that's how it gets addressed. But applying a bit of creativity and flexibility to the homeowner to avoid any hardship on them. It's not that staff are looking at this as a dogmatic situation. In the spirit of negotiation, if we can achieve 80% of what we feel is appropriate and they get 80% of what they want, that's generally what I would consider a win-win solution. And that's why I was suggesting that if committee and council says proceed with the appeal, one of the first steps that we would do after council ratifies the decision is, or we could even do it before that, is to reach out to the applicant and offer to meet with them on a without prejudice basis, explain what that process is going forward, ensure that the ward councillors kept abreast of those discussions, and make it a priority. This has gone on for a bit of time for the applicant, and try to get back in front of committee as quickly as possible with what we feel is a solution or a resolution of this matter, so that we could ultimately get a situation where we can get in front of the OLT, get a decision, sort of an agreed upon decision approved by the OLT. I believe legal can confirm, but in that situation, we could do it by a teleconference. It would only be a half-day need for that conference or OLT hearing, and that the severance could then they could proceed with finalizing the severance, clearing the conditions and finalizing the severance. There's the standard requirements in here about survey plans that are required. The Land Registry Office requires the reference plans, ensuring that the normal fees are paid to certify the deeds, et cetera, really, and we're just trying to work with the applicant. And even like the septic condition is really just to confirm that the septic system is functioning and that the lot size is adequate based on that septic system, and that's a simple OBC calculation, and that any septic designer would be familiar with dealing with it. We're not looking at a full-blown hydro-G study in this situation. It's just confirmation that the septic system is working in good function, and the lot size is the appropriate lot size to accommodate what the anticipated flows from a single detached dwelling. So I think these are fairly routine administrative matters, and again, it's unfortunate that the committee did not attach the standard conditions, so that the applicant could have spent the time trying to clear the conditions instead of waiting to deal with the situation that staff felt that we had to appeal the matter. Thank you.
Councillor?
I don't disagree with any of that. I think we want a win-win. And if there's another process that would allow the applicant to clearly admit it, their own admission, they weren't very sophisticated in terms of the policy, and there was a sort of a health issue there as well. I think it was pretty evident. My question was were they appraised of that option? That you could sit down even though my hunch is, and I hope the answer is yes, they were appraised of it and decided to go to the Committee of Adjustment anyways, but in the absence of that, it's, and the other reason I ask it is if my hope is that we allow it to go forward, whether we do that or don't do that, that process of finding the win-win is still going to happen. So, and if the staff recommendation is supported, I want to know that that's still going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks.
Through you, Mr.
I
Chairman.
appreciate that.
I would have to follow up with the Secretary Treasurer to see if she's had any correspondence or conversations with the applicants about how the OLT process plays out under these normal scenarios. I have not been involved in discussions with the applicants, nor do I think any of the senior staff, but I would just want to touch base with Ms. Sheffield, because very often once an appeal is filed, the first point of contact is with her, and I haven't had an opportunity to speak to her in the last couple of days about what, if any, discussion she's had with the applicant and discussing the process going forward and what that would look like. But staff are committed to work with these property owners to reach a timely resolution.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson, if you could just take the chair for a moment, just a brief comment from me.
Thank you.
Very educational conversation and deliberation. Very unfortunate situation. Shouldn't have gone to the COA to begin with. I definitely feel for the family. We all support farming. I think everyone involved here wants the right thing to happen here for this family and for farming in general. Started by Councillor A. Wilson and then kind of put some punctuation on it from GM Robichaud there. I think there is a path here. In my mind, it does involve supporting the staff recommendation so that they can have discussions, have some conditions and conversations, and then get to the point that the family wants to have their severance. I think it's very important that we do this in the proper way to make sure that we are respecting decisions that could potentially come down the road, as Councillor A. Wilson was talking about. So thank you, and I will support the staff recommendation. I'll take the chair back. No further speakers. So do we have a mover and seconder? I think we do. Yes, we do. Okay, so we will vote on the staff recommendations. That carries 5-3. Okay, thank you for the discussion, everybody. Okay, are there any notices of motion? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 14.1, outstanding business list and general information. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the outstanding business list? Changes. Councillor Beattie. Councillor Wang. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. That carries 8-0. We're on to 14.2, General Manager's Update. Acting General Manager Robichaud, do you have an update for committee? Is there anything happening?
Not today. As Ms. Fayback indicated, we did provide a communications update earlier today around Bill 185, and staff are currently in the process assessing that, and we'll be bringing forward a report very shortly in terms of what does Bill 185 mean for the city of Hamilton on a go-forward basis. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to that. Okay, mover and seconder, please, to receive the general manager's update. Yes, no, we don't need that. I'm just inventing things now. Let's keep it moving. Okay, we're on to 15, private and confidential. Does the committee wish to go into closed session for 15.1 to 15.4? I'm seeing some nods, yes. Okay, so may I have a mover and seconder, please, to move into closed session for items 15.1, 2, 3, and 4 pursuant to section 9.3, subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392, subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instructions to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Wang, Councillor Kretsch. Please indicate your vote. That carries 8-0. Thank you. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of the committee rejoin. The committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in the open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and media time to return. We'll now move into closed. Okay, welcome back. Thank you. Committee members are reminded that they have to return to the open eScribe site and to proceed, and we are also back in open. Okay, so 15.1, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 1400 South Service Road, Stony Creek for lack of decision on urban Hamilton official plan amendment application UHAPA 21-018 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZAC 21039, that is report LS 2406 Ward 10. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the following? A, that directions and staff in closed session respecting that report be approved. That closed second recommendations A to E of the confidential report be approved and remain confidential until made public as the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And C, that the balance of the report LS 24006, including appendices B and C, hereto remain confidential. Councillor Beattie, Councillor Wang. We'll go to the vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Francis. That carries 8-0. Thank you. 15.2, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands composed of part of Lot 8, Concession 4, municipally known as 619 Centre Road, Hamilton, for lack of a decision on the proposed plan of subdivision 25T 201003, that is report LS 12031A in Ward 15. I'd like a mover and seconder to approve the following: that directions to staff in closed session respecting report LS 12031A be approved. B, that closed session recommendations A and B to that report remain confidential until such time as they are made public as the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And finally, C, that the balance of the report remain confidential. Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Alex Wilson. Go to the vote. That carries 8-0. Item 15.3, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 392, 398, 400, 402, 406, and 412 Wilson Street East and 15 Lorne Avenue for lack of decision on site plan control application DA 23-011. That is report LS 24002A in Ward 12. Could I have a mover and seconder to approve that the report be received and remain confidential? Councillor Wang, Councillor Alex Wilson. Please indicate your vote. That carries 8-0. Item 15.4, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT 22-004759 for lands located at 405 James Street North for official plan amendment UHAPA 21-014 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZAC 21-031 or 2, that is report LS 23012B. So I'd like a mover and seconder to approve the following: that directions to staff in closed session respecting that report be approved. B, that closed session recommendations A and B to the report remain confidential until such time as they're made public as the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And finally, C, that the balance of the report remain confidential. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Wang. Please indicate your vote. That carries 8-0. Thank you. And finally, adjournment. Can I have a mover and seconder to adjourn? Councillor Wang with a smile, Councillor Alex Wilson. We'll have the vote. And that carries 8-0. Thank you, committee. Thank you very much to staff and to clerks. Thank you very much.